We are JKwan, a new podcast of views from foreigners based in Japan, focusing on worldwide racial and systematic inequalities and disparities, language, music, the arts, and culture. Created by everyday people for everyday people.
All right. Hey, Jay. Hello.
Hello there, how are you?
Good afternoon. Very good. Very good. How are you doing?
Good late afternoon in Japan, Osaka.
Yeah, but since it's summer, it's like the sun is still out, whereas in the winter, it would be dark.
Oh yeah, 4 o'clock, bam, that's it.
Oh, yeah, exactly. I really didn't like that. Yeah.
Yeah, Jamaica is worse. When I went to Jamaica
Really?
for the first time, yeah, I went to Jamaica for the first time years ago. It just suddenly creeps up on you like a ghost. It's like
Really?
it's like dark.
Well, bam.
That's what it feels like. Yeah, it's like bam or dark. What the hell?
Nice.
4 o'clock, and it's all the way through the year. It doesn't, like here.
Oh, really?
Break.
Yeah.
I mean, I haven't been there all the way through the year. I've been told it's all the way through the year. So it's like
Yeah.
Yeah. But it gets light really early. It gets light really early.
How are you handling the heat?
Oh, I'm good. I'm staying home. I don't go nowhere.
Yeah, that's okay.
I only go out if I need to go out.
Yeah.
It's cold, but it's still here. The Delta
variant
is here, and so it's more contagious. So I'm not even gonna go out more than I need to. So I haven't been anywhere. The heat haven't really. I've got a cooler. I put it on and off because I don't like the cold. It gets too cold. It's twitchy.
How is that on your utility bills?
It's not that expensive. Okay. Yeah, I use Daikin. Oh. Yeah, Daikin's got like the little emblem called Pichonkun.
Pichonk. I already like that. I already like it. Anything that's called that.
Yeah, I've only used Daikin since I've been here. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's economic. It's really good. It lasts for a long time. The last one I had it for over 13 years. And it's good. So that's what I use.
Very nice.
Yeah, I had a really So in the last around 6 weeks, I kept getting an email from the Japanese pension scheme.
You got an email?
From Japanese email, letters.
Yeah.
The first letter was like a wad of bills.
Oh.
Yeah, and I mean, each of them had like 300 and something thousand yen on there, right? That's about what, $3,000 plus, right? Am I right?
Yeah. Around $3,000, yeah, US. Yeah.
Right. So I've been paying my pension since 2001, when I started working for the Board of Education, and everywhere else I've worked. I was with the board for 13 and a half years. Is that right? No, 11 and a half years. Then I went on to a university. Then I went on to a university school. Then I went back. So to now, I'm at a university. So I've always been in jobs that they've paid my pension. They paid part of my pension. So I'm like going, oh. So I called them up immediately as soon as I got the letter, and I said to them, I think there's been a mistake. I pay my pension. Let me go back a little bit more. So we got a letter. I don't know about Tokyo, but in Osaka we got a letter, I think in April or March, about the pension scheme, and it says if you've already on a pension scheme, you don't have to complete this letter. Right? Okay, well, I don't need to complete it.
Yeah.
Then when I saw this letter coming to the house with this bill,
right.
I'm already on a scheme, so I don't understand what was going on. So anyway, after I called them, they weren't very helpful. They put me to another, because this is kind of like, I don't have the my Japanese is not skilled enough because I don't know certain language to deal with pension. On the telephone, a hospital or dentist or stuff like that, I can have a conversation. But this is about pension. It's not anything I ever had to talk about before. So a lot of the Japanese words would be new for me, I think. But anyway, I didn't feel confident enough to discuss it in Japanese. So they gave me this other number, and they got like a translator from International House, and so I told her about this, and I think hold on, they'd sent me a new pension book. I was like, well, I've already got a pension book, and my name was written differently on the new pension book to my old pension book, and I was like, that is strange. So I told the woman, and I told her about the new pension book, and I said the number of that number, and I said the number of the other one that I've got now, and she was saying, you still, yeah, there's, yeah, you still got to pay it. She didn't say anything wrong about having two pension books, and she was saying that but I need to get some information, and you don't know. I don't know. Sometimes our universities or the place that I've worked, they use a pension company that I don't always know the name of who they are, right? I guess she was asking for this, and she couldn't give me any more information. However, she did give me another number to contact, but it was all dead ends, right? Really not trying to help me out because I don't owe this money. Anyway, I got a red letter. So I said to the woman, if I don't pay it, what's going to happen? She goes, nothing. You're just going to lose your pension, some of your part of your pension. I was like, well, I knew I was going to go to the pension office, but I didn't have time. I was just really, with work and stuff like that. And I thought, well, I'll do it in beginning of August because I'm off, right? So a red letter came. And I went, okay, I'm gonna do it. August is coming around the corner. Then I got another letter. They sent it to receivers, like saying, if you don't pay this money, we're gonna take you to court. We're gonna, your spouse is gonna lose this money. You're gonna lose your house, and all this stuff. And I'm like going, what the hell is this?
Yeah.
And I called the company who said that they would call me back, right? And they didn't, because I was saying to them, no, I don't owe this money. I don't owe this money. And they said they're going to call me back, and they didn't. So I just went to the pension office near where I live on the Monday. And as soon as the man saw the two books, he was like, what the hell is this? So he knew that I shouldn't have two books.
Yeah.
And he knew instantly there was a mistake.
Yeah.
But he didn't tell me that.
Yeah, okay.
So I asked him to call International House to do a three-way so that things were completely, understood. And we did that. And I broke down because it was quite stressful.
Yeah.
This ordeal was very stressful for me. The man did apologize profusely at the end because he wasn't saying anything apart from we shouldn't have two books. And it wasn't like they were trying to take the blame. They were trying to avoid it in some way. Because I think it's a I mean, if this gets to the news, right, it's a big deal, right?
So he tried to play it down, maybe?
Play it down, yeah. But the guy on the other line said, "Oh no, they made a mistake."
On their end. So
who was... There's three people. So but one was on the phone. So he called the translator with this place called International House, which are awesome. Yeah. I've used it since I've been here for the last 21 years, and they've been amazing. I use them when I took my ex to court and won. They had my back. It was just awesome. I've used them for so many different things. So anyway, so they called International House, so they translate the three-way. So whatever I say, they translate to Japanese to him. Whatever he says, they translate to into English to me. So he said to me, "Oh yeah, they made a mistake. Yeah, you had two. You had two books. You're not supposed to have two books. And I got up. Eventually, because I was there for a little while, and the people were being kind of snotty. And I said to him, I've been trying to address this, but they wouldn't help me. They wouldn't help me, and I don't understand. And then they're sending me all these letters demanding stuff, and I'm trying to resolve it, but they're not helping me. And and eventually the man, the guy told him this, of course, translated what I said, and he said, and I was like, I'm really sorry, I'm sorry, and he said it in English, I'm really sorry, I'm really sorry, and he kept saying it, and I guess because I was like, I got tearful because it was like, where am I going to get this money from, right? Do you know what I mean? Not that I'm trying to buy a house, right? So I'm not going, and when I threatened that when they threatened my, my credit limit, like, you got a credit card, history and stuff like that. I can't remember what it's called. My credit status, I guess. They threatened it. So that kind of scared me a bit, because I'm in the process of buying a house, right? So I'm like, I'm kind of terrified. So I guess it was a relief, because I knew, my gut told me I didn't owe anything.
Right.
You never know. Some.
Right.
You know what I mean? So it's quite
some kind of like hidden thing that you missed in the system. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. But I didn't leave it. Oh, I didn't leave until the book that he got. He said it says Gummy, and that's what he was going to give me. And the cover was saying Gummy. I went, you need to put your name on there with your handcart. So he's trying to just give me the copy of the new pension book with just saying rubbish on it.
Yeah.
Right, and I'm like, no.
I need you to certify it with your name.
Sign it and then handcart it, please.
And did you get his name?
Oh, hell yeah.
Oh, yeah. And his picture. Remember?
No, I didn't do that. I didn't go that far, because it wasn't him. It was somebody else that did it,
Right. He was just the staff.
In Japan, I would have thought the manager would have come over and apologized, right?
But it sounds like it's a government office then.
Yeah, but you have a manager, right? Even if the government, you have a manager of that department, right? Yeah, and so I was like, wow, what an experience, one of the reasons why I've been in Japan this long is because of my pension. I didn't want to lose it, because England did not have a treaty with Japan the last 3 or 4 years ago. There was no treaty, maybe 5 tops. So I couldn't walk away from my pension. All I would have get if I left Japan, I would have only got 3 years out of 17, 16, 14, whatever, how many years pension I paid. And that meant that I don't have a pension back in England. So what am I going to do? Well, I do, but it's not as big as this one, as much as this one, right? So I couldn't walk away from it, and then to get these letters saying that I haven't paid, and demanding all this. There's a lot. There was a bulk of them, right? I mean, it's all over there. I can't bother to go over there, but it's a bulk of receipts. And they all saying 300 and something thousand. So what he said has happened made no sense to me. It was my name. When I first came to Japan, I couldn't use my middle name, right? So my one book's got just my first name and my last name, and the other book had my full name on.
Your full name?
Yeah, but it still has the same date of birth and the same address and the same. So I don't understand how that could be a mistake. I mean, I guess it is, but it's careless, right? Just by a name.
I'm actually in almost the exact situation.
Yeah. So you might. I mean, if they haven't written you yet, did you get a letter though from them in the beginning saying that if you're already paying a pension already, then you don't need to fill in the form? Then I guess you're going to be okay then. You're going to be okay. I mean, there have been a lot of foreigners who haven't paid it. I went online to just have a look, and there have been quite a few foreigners who haven't done it. So and they have to pay. But I've no, because shoot, I need to pay my pension.
So yeah, I guess you're able to resolve that and save yourself like more than 3,000, right? Because you said you had a few slips.
There was several. No, not several. There was a wad of 300,000, and I'm going, what the
300,000. That's crazy.
300,000 plus. It wasn't 300,000 exact. It was 300,000 plus. And I couldn't bring myself to count it, because I was going, what if this was really true? What's going on?
Oh man, yeah.
I was like, of course I'm going to be nervous about it and a bit anxious, and But anyway, it's cleared up. He stamped my stuff. There was no way I was going to leave with just Gummy on it. No, you're going to put your name. They even my nose run. They're going to put my name, but I don't know.
Yeah, scary.
Right.
But just out of curiosity,
that's their mistake, and they went as far as to get ready to it's receivers, right? To blacken my name, and I'm like, oh my goodness.
I wonder. So I'm wondering, like, were you able to, how do I say that, ensure with them that this wouldn't happen again? Like, how do you know this wouldn't happen again?
I didn't even think of that. I was more concerned about
Yeah.
having that proof that they've messed up
Yeah.
right? So
Should
having
yeah.
that proof that they've messed up already, then I'll just bring it back to them again because I have
Did
that
you
proof.
did you get it written? Like,
Yeah, he
what
wrote his
was
name
the
and
okay?
he hand coded it as well
Okay,
and put the
okay.
date on and everything. Yeah.
Yeah. I would have gotten them to like write out like what happened.
I wanted him
So
to
that,
do that. I went, yeah,
okay.
like he didn't understand. So I was like, you know what? Because what he did was he let the guy go from, and that wasn't didn't make sense. And after he went, oh, I shouldn't let it go. I shouldn't let him go. They were trying to cover themselves. And when I told Miki, because I called Miki, and Miki's like, Miki, who we're gonna meet today, that's my best friend here. Um, she's my sister from another mother. I love Miki, and I called Miki because I know Miki. Miki will cuss them out. So I called Miki because I'll get stressed. I was like, you know, it was quite when I found out, it was a relief, but I wanted her to say something to them because I felt I should have been treated a special kind of way because they made a huge mistake. So the boss should have come over and said, because you know in Japan when something happens, and because Osaka people are known for being aggressive, right? So if it was an Osakan, they would have kicked the roof, man. So
It would have gone
right,
off.
so I expected them to treat me in a particular way and get the boss over to apologize. That's a Japanese custom, right? They made a
Yeah,
huge mistake, and
yeah.
it didn't happen.
Yeah.
So I called Mickey, and she was at work, and she didn't see my call, and she called me back, and she goes, "What happened?" Because usually I don't call her like that, you know. She goes, "What happened? What happened?" And I said, "Oh, it's all right now." She goes, "No, what happened? What happened?" I know something's wrong because I know that you don't call me like this, and this is something important. And so, and I told her, she was like, "What?" Yeah, yeah.
So I guess the moral of the story is that like even the Japanese government can get things, which is not
Yeah, but they've been
surprise.
messing up with the pensions, haven't they? You know, they've messed up with it loads of times, and I think they're pocketing a lot. Let me shut up because
That's what I was gonna say, right? Like,
they're
like
using
I'm
pensions for themselves. I think, but
yeah, this
that's
probably
just
not the only time.
allegedly. But that's what people are saying. So, hmm
Mm,
um, but yeah, it's all done, and so I've got that letter that I am guarding with my life because I don't want this to happen again.
yeah.
Anyway, talking
What's
about Japan.
just real quick? I don't know what you do with like your paper documents, but I always actually just scan mine, like just take a picture
That's a
of it
good idea. That's a good idea.
I upload
No,
it. I upload it onto the cloud.
that's a good idea. No, I have a folder, a huge folder
Okay.
where I put all my
Okay.
documents in.
Okay.
Yeah, I have a folder. It's easy access, PAL. But I guess it's easy to access it online so you can
Definitely.
and you can send
Yeah.
this.
I not
I
no
another idea. Good idea. Go ahead.
I upload it online and then like for the title you can just write something whatever and then when you want to look for it it's easy to find. You can
Cool.
just type in a few words
Yeah,
and
yeah,
then
yeah. Yeah, that's a good idea. And especially that because when I'm hope I'll be moving hopefully the next several months.
yeah.
I might lose my folder with everything in there. So it's a good idea to get them all scanned. I do have a scanner sitting up there going, use me. Right. So
You can just take a picture, really. I just
leave
yeah.
a scanner in that. So all right. Yeah, it's a good idea. Yeah. Yeah. Well, talking about Japan, how about the Tokyo Olympics open on Friday?
Yeah. I didn't watch it. I don't know about you.
No, I haven't really been interested in because I'm not really
I feel like I don't even want to support it.
I don't support it. I don't support it. I mean even we had this conversation because I have a discussion class with my second years, and I think out of all of them, one of them wants it, one or two of them wants it out of 25 students, and the others were like, no. And we all should be vaccinated before this. All of us in Japan need to be vaccinated before this happens, and that made sense to me. But what also made sense was that they were saying it's not just Japan. I think it's the Olympic too, and I didn't know this. And I don't know whether this is complete, whether it's gospel or what, but it's quite. It makes sense in a sense. So it's saying that if Japan had cancelled or postponed, they would have to pay a lot of money,
Oh.
right? Um, but if the Olympics did it, they would have to pay a lot of money. So the Olympics are not going to back out because they would have to pay a lot of money. So I guess
Japan, yeah.
we're waiting for Japan to do it, and Japan hasn't done it. That's really not good, right? If that's true, that's really.
Yeah. It's kind of sad because everywhere, I always see that Japan is, justifying, one of the reasons why Japan is trying to justify all the Olympics is because it's going to bring in all this revenue and money for broadcasters and shit like.
But it's not. What was going to be the main for me, my opinion and my idea. The main money was the people coming into Japan. That was where the money was coming from. All the visitors to Japan, and now you can't do that. You can't even have your own Japanese people visiting, really, right? So I just think that's it's a nonsense. It's nonsense. So let's take a look at the opening. If we there was 2 countries without masks, by the way, and it's supposed to be. It's supposed
Uzbekistan or something, right?
I can't remember who they were, but there were 2 countries who were not wearing masks.
Yeah.
And apparently, the protocol says if you don't wear masks, you're going to get kicked off the games. So let's see what happens. Todo.
It's just gone 13 hours GMT. We begin in Tokyo, where the greatest show on earth has finally now got underway. Postponed last year because of the global pandemic, the 2020 Summer Olympic Games are a symbol of global unity and national pride. And during these unprecedented times, a moment when the world's greatest athletes show their strength, solidarity, and courage. More than 11,000 of them from 200 nations will be competing without spectators under unprecedented restrictions. The Parade of Nations is underway this hour in what is a nearly empty stadium. There are a small number of foreign guests and dignitaries at the ceremony, the US First Lady Jill Biden and the French President Emmanuel Macron among them. The most expensive Summer Olympics in history is deeply unpopular among the people of the host nation. Nearly 80% of Japanese people say they are against holding the Games during this global health crisis. Live now to Al Jazeera's Andy Richardson, who's in Tokyo for us. So Andy, just looking at the initial scenes from the opening ceremony, it just looked so different.
It really did, sort of scaled down, socially spaced and subdued somewhat. I mean, opening ceremonies, you can take them or leave them to an extent. Some people would question the wisdom at the best of times of spending upwards of $100 million on a enlarged firework display, but they do often set the tone for an Olympic Games, often shift public opinion back behind the Games, and these organisers really do have a huge job to do if the majority of the people of Japan are going to turn around their preconceptions about what's happening here in Tokyo and get fully behind the Games. Worth noting, actually, you were talking about the Parade of Nations. The countries Tajikistan and Kyrgyzstan, their athletes entering the national stadium, almost none of their athletes were wearing facial masks. Now, ahead of the Games, media, athletes were handed something called the Olympic Playbook, effectively a list of rules and regulations about what you can and can't do. There's a lot you can't do. One of the things you can't do is take your mask off in a public place. The only time you can take your mask off is if you're sleeping, eating, or competing. So already the challenges of trying to maintain these safe and secure games, as they're described by the IOC, coming to the fore. And there'll be some interesting questions at the first briefing of the International Olympic Committee tomorrow to see what sanctions those 2 countries could face. Because in theory, athletes were told ahead of the Games, if you don't follow the rules, you could be kicked out of the Olympics. And here we are in front of billions of people around the world, millions of people around the world, and 2 countries have come in not wearing facial masks in the what effectively going to be called the COVID-19 Games. If we're looking for positives, I think gender parity is the one thing that we're seeing at this opening ceremony. 49% of athletes at these Olympics will be female. That's the highest number we've ever had. And for each country coming into the national stadium, for the first time there was an option of having a male and a female athlete to carry the flag, and most countries were doing that. So some positives to take out of it, but also just a lot of tension and uncertainty around Tokyo on a night when it should have been a night of celebration for the country.
And when we start seeing the full-on competitions taking place, those track and field events inside the stadium, Andy, such an odd situation for the competitors, because not only do they have to do face masks and social distancing, but they don't kind of move into the Olympic Village for a period of 4, 5 or 6 weeks. They fly in 4 or 5 days before their event, and then once their event has taken place, 2 or 3 days later, they're gone. They're on a plane home, maybe.
That's right, and it's another one of the reasons why the athletes' ceremony tonight is somewhat scaled down, because the athletes are told they're not allowed to arrive in the athletes' village until 5 days before, and then 48 hours after that they have to leave it. So it's not exactly going to be the usual atmosphere of celebration and conviviality around the athletes' village. And also, the athletes living under this constant fear of getting COVID-19, or in a situation like the opening ceremony tonight where they're surrounded by athletes from other countries. If one of those athletes does subsequently test positive for COVID-19, they could be identified as a close contact, and then who knows what? They have to train in isolation, they have to go through repeated PCR tests, and if that happens on a day of competition, their 5-year dream of competing at these games goes up in smoke. So much tension and concern around these games, not just for the organisers, but also for all the athletes involved as well.
Yeah. So how was that? What are your thoughts?
It's kind of like ridiculous how many, I guess, rules and hurdles that everyone has to overcome just to make this event happen. They can, like, especially for the athletes, like they're not able to be in their prime preparedness level. No one in the country can enjoy the sports, no one outside. Yeah, it just seems that, like, why couldn't they have been either postponed to even a later date? Like, why does it have to be held this year, especially during this time?
Yeah, because there wasn't anybody after China, right? China's got the next one, so they could have waited. I know it's going to be another, I don't know, 8 years, but this happened, right? And I don't think it's fair to push China back, but then Japan could have had it again in 2028 or something like that. I understand for some people they would have already retired for some of them, but I just think it's safety first, right? And don't get me wrong, I understand the sport, I understand that they've trained, I understand all of that, I completely understand, but you're jeopardizing your own life as well. I mean, what they say, 106 infections for the people,
right, over 100 infections
accredited to the games. So that's crazy.
The bubble has burst.
Right? That's crazy. Or so these are signs that this is something that they should not be doing.
Yeah, like the whole essence or spirit or intention and purpose of the Olympic Games is essentially lost. Like the spirit of coming together in unity and equality and celebration, like none of that is there.
There's no spirit because of fear. It's fear, right?
Yeah, exactly. There's fear, there's tension, there's resentment, there's stress and anxiety, and
I know
there's no celebration.
I wouldn't be going. I would back out of it. So no. And did you see? Well, there was that guy Kento. I mean, this is racism, and we can talk about this later on. But Kento Kobayashi, that they had to let him go for the Holocaust joke.
Oh yeah. I was gonna say something. I forgot.
And it still being a state of emergency, how does that make sense? We're still having it's like a joke.
Rising cases too.
It's like a joke. It felt. You know what it felt like? I don't think you were here then when Abe and Aso were fighting for the presidency, and it was kept changing, and the presidents kept changing, and it just felt like it was a game, and it felt like the whole of the world was laughing at Japan. And this is what it feels like again for me, that we're under a state of emergency at the moment, but we're still having we're having an Olympic Games.
A celebration worldwide. So that's not a celebration.
That's the Olympic Games, right? We're having Olympic Games, all right? And so it doesn't.
Oh yeah, I remember what I was gonna say. So I'm pretty sure you also heard this, but like Japan has donated a lot of their vaccines to countries like Taiwan or other countries, and
Yeah.
It's funny because then also in the news is that some places are running out of vaccines. They don't have enough vaccines, so it's
Okay,
like
yeah.
you need to sort your own matters first
Yeah,
before.
and I think it's maybe a miscalculation in how many they've had, and I can't, I don't know, because I feel like I guess because I had my vaccine and how it was organized for Osaka, it was amazing. Um, they organized a free bus that we could go to. It took us, because it was way out of the way. They took it was a free bus. It wasn't a crappy bus. It was nice buses that you take to the airport, right? And it took us from number Okat to
Oh wow.
the port, and then back as well, right? And I was there. I went. They said to me, "But if you go in the week, because you're going to wait. Like if you go on the weekend, because that's when everyone else is off, so you won't have that wait." And I was, they didn't have to say that, but they advised me, and I went in the week, and it just like pow pow pow, open at 9 o'clock. I went early, and I kept saying to them, "Oh, I'm early. Is it okay?" They're like, "No, no, it's fine." My appointment was at 9:40, but I was out. I was on the 9:40 bus, right? And they opened it, and they put us all in a seat and told us to wait until they actually opened. That's a lie. No, 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 no. Before they open, they got people standing up and waiting in the queue, keeping their distance. They were very strict on keeping your distance as well. It was very organized. That's all I can say. It was very, very
How many
organized.
people were, I guess, in your back? Like, how many people were
There was
at
no
that?
batch. There was over maybe 200 people there when I was there, and they just it just going pow 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 pow, and they thought about everything. It seemed, and I mean, because the last time we talked, I was going to have mine, and we saw that video with the mistakes and stuff, and so I asked about it. So I asked the doctor about it, and he was very honest. And he said, "Listen, Osaka's been great. There's been no problems at the moment, but there can be mistakes. This is a pandemic. It's things happen." And what I did was I respected him because he was very honest about it. He didn't go, "No, no, everything's going to be fine. Don't worry about it. We all got this in order." He said there can be mistakes. However, it's very minute, but it does happen. And I'd rather them be honest with me than just try to console me. And I listened to everyone about the first jab and how it was like, where it's all right, you just hurt a bit. I was off work for 2 days. Let me just tell you. But I woke up the next morning, right, thinking, "Why am I so tired? Oh my God," not thinking it was that, right? And it felt like somebody went bang in my arm, right? Give me a dead arm. Like,
Interesting.
I could not lift my arm up. I was like,
oh wow. Wow, that's interesting.
Seriously. I was tired, I was exhausted. There's me on the cam ready for my job the next day, going, "Oh my God." And every time I talked, I was going, so I put the students in the breakout room so I could get a breather. I'm like, "Oh my God, something's wrong." So I just thought, "Oh, while they're in the breakout room, let me just check some things." I went online, I called work, and I said, "Listen," and I checked my temperature, and that's when I panicked because it was 38.8 degrees. And I was like, I called work, and work said, "No, you need to get up. Let me cancel all your classes. How many classes do you have today?" And I said, "Oh, I've got 3." She was, "Well, let's cancel it right now. Everything's going to be cancelled. I'll cancel them. Don't worry about that. Go do what you need to do." I go, "Okay, let me just call the centre and find out what I need to do, and I'll call you back." So I did that, and they said, "Talk to your doctor." So I called the doctor, and the doctor said, "What are you doing going to work?" I got scolded.
Wow. So did you have to take your?
He was like, "Take some painkillers every 4 hours or whatever, every 4 hours or so, and rest for 2 days."
Were you like asleep the whole time those 2 days?
I just slept for most of the time. I just slept and crawled around.
Wow.
And crawled around. I didn't crawl, but it felt like I was crawling around the house. And
Hibernating.
So when I called back work, I was like, the doctor said to us for 2 days, but I can come tomorrow. And she went, no. The doctor said you cannot take 2 days off. And I'm so glad that she pushed for that, because Friday I was worse. So I'm really glad that she said to me, I'm listening to you, doctor. I'm not paying attention to you. So that's how much I knew.
Wonder if the second shot will be similar to the first.
Well, I heard I heard the second shot is worse. Hold on a minute. I heard the second shot is worse.
Miki, I think Miki is in here.
Welcome.
Hello.
Hi. Thank you for having us.
Thank
No
you
problem.
for joining.
Thank you.
Thank you. So Kwan, this is my family in Japan.
Yeah.
This is my family. This is my family. This is my sister and my niece. I love them to bits. I love them. Yeah.
Nice.
My bloodline.
Right.
How long have you guys known each other for?
It feels like centuries. Nah.
Yeah, feel like a century,
It
but
feels like centuries. We've known each other. This is over 2 years.
yeah, right.
Ayana 3 years. Ayana 3 years. I met your mom 1 year after I met. So I met Ayana at my university. Oh, sorry, I'm thinking.
You met.
Sorry, I met Noah at my university. I'm probably not gonna be able to cut that out. Sorry, I met Noah at my university, and we became friends instantly. Noah thought I was a student at first, no?
Yeah.
And we became friends instantly. Then I met her mom, and it was just like, psh, that was it.
Yeah.
Nice. Cool.
We were just talking about Tokyo Olympics.
Oh, right.
And you know that I don't know how you feel about it. I don't know whether we talked about that. I'm not sure. That both me and my students from the other university, my full-time job, we were talking with a discussion point, and most of the students said we should all be vaccinated before anybody's coming into Japan to do anything. I know that you guys are against vaccinations, but I just feel that if anyone's going to come to Japan, majority of the people should be vaccinated.
Yeah, of course.
COVID before they invite anybody in, and that's what. And I agree with my students. This was the the majority of what the students had said, and I agree with them, because it's unsafe. It's really unsafe. And now what they got, just in that Olympic group, so if that's truthful, over 106 people have been diagnosed with COVID, right? Already.
Right.
What do you guys think about the Olympics?
I against. I didn't want to have an Olympic in Japan because this is not right. I mean, what can I say? We already spreading, right? How many people was in yesterday? In Tokyo, like about over
1,300.
Right.
Yeah, 1,100 and change. Yeah.
Right. It's getting worse, and I knew it, but I don't know. I mean, I think a lot of Japanese didn't want to have an Olympic.
80%.
Right. Yeah.
80% of Japan did not want it. I mean, that's volumes. Why wouldn't you follow what the people say? It's our country too, right? Look, hear me. It's our country.
Oh, yeah.
I'm a resident. I have my residency, right? It's our country too. So I think they should have listened to what the people said. 80%, that's all you need to say no.
Right.
But most people are saying it's because of money.
I know, yeah, because Japanese government don't want to cover the money, and of course Olympic, they didn't want to cover the money.
So Kwan,
it's money thing.
Yeah, I was just saying this to Kwan earlier. I said I don't know how true this is, because my students tell me there was the same thing as what you're saying. They're saying that if Japan had cancelled, they would have to cover the money, and if the Olympic had cancelled, they would have to cover the money. So basically, the Olympics left it for Japan.
I know.
right? And I
Mhm.
think the Olympics are out of order. They're wrong. They're very, very wrong. They should have cancelled it.
Right.
Mhm.
I totally agree.
Mhm.
I don't
And
blame
this,
Japan. I don't know what about you? I don't blame Japan
Mm, right.
because it's going to be a big debt for them.
Yeah, of
they're
course.
already struggling to pay the pension,
right.
right? We
Well,
talked about
you
the pension.
know.
We
Oh,
talked about the
crisis.
pension already. Now we talked about my
Mhm.
pension situation. You missed
Oh,
it.
yeah.
Yeah, we talked about it, right? Already.
Mhm.
I said that I called you, and Miki was like, "What?" Miki called me back, going, "What happened?"
Mhm.
But yeah, anyway, so they've got lots of other. They've got their own bill to pay. So I can understand Japan to an extent why they went ahead with it, but the Olympics, I can't understand.
Mhm.
Mhm. Yeah.
It felt like they bullied Japan into doing it by saying, "Well, if you don't do it, you're gonna have to pay."
Mhm.
Mhm.
Oh my God.
I don't know, just my imagination of foreigners.
Well, maybe you're right. Yeah, maybe you're right.
Mm.
Mhm.
Mm. Did you guys see that? What's it called? Naomi Osaka was lit the torch
Yeah.
at the ceremony. How do you?
Mhm.
How do you feel about that? Do you?
Oh,
that's-
that was very nice.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel so proud of it, and
Yeah.
I think she deserves
Black
it.
and Asian, come on! Amazing choice.
Mhm.
Yeah, that was really
Yeah.
nice. I mean, I that was really good.
Mhm.
Yeah.
What
But
do you think?
Olympic ceremony was suck.
Oh, really?
I mean, dancing and I don't know. It's not. I don't know other people, but it's my opinion. The one thing was that best things was Osaka.
Uh-huh.
Naomi
No.
tip the fire. That
Uh-huh.
was the best thing. But it's okay. It's all right. I mean, okay.
So that was the best point for you, Miki. There was no.
Yeah.
I've seen I've just seen like in the news, but I didn't sit down and watch it. Did you watch? So have you watched it?
Yes, of course.
I haven't.
Oh, that was really nice. I mean,
So you watched the opening ceremony?
Yes. Oh, that's how you say it, open ceremony. Yeah. Not whole things, but maybe if I don't know, start
Maybe the
from
best
7 o'clock. Yeah, no. 9. We start watch like maybe 9 o'clock.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
So I don't know, for you, Noah, was it like really important to see Naomi Osaka as like as a mixed
Mixed race. Yeah, that was very nice.
Yeah.
Okay,
Right?
Kwan, I nearly
Also,
came for you. I nearly came for you, Kwan, because you nearly said the H word. We don't do that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I'm glad you caught yourself. We don't do
Yeah.
that word. We don't do that word. It's not. She's biracial.
Mhm.
Yeah, no, that was a really good question. So, Aya, how did you? Sorry, Noah.
Oh,
So yeah, the question was that being biracial, yeah, and Naomi is also like Black and Asian. How did that make you feel? Did you feel any way? Did you feel? What was your feeling?
Actually, I didn't watch open ceremony, but I heard from her, Naomi Osaka, Naomi Osaka, the last round.
Yeah, I mean,
Last runner. So I feel for this time, for this century, I feel it's suitable and it's great things. It's どういうことかな What? I'm sorry.
Don't apologize. Take your time. Use
So,
the
anyway,
don't worry about it.
that's how you guys say biracial, not mixed race.
Mixed race is
Biracial.
fine. Mixed race is mixed. I don't like race because we're not really. We're one race, human,
Okay.
right? But it's up to you. But I just think mixed
Biracial.
or bi is fine. Biracial, I guess. Racial again is used again.
Okay.
Yeah,
Biracial.
yeah. So yeah, I half what they use in Japan, that's another whole episode of something, right? Another whole podcast. The harmful language.
Vibration.
Yeah, right.
I
So,
think I think Naomi and as the last runner, just manifesting the diversity aim this time, and we know in America and everywhere, Black Lives Matter is Black Lives Matter, and so it's important to show the diversity and difference, and how difference is the important things, I think.
do you think Japan did it because of diversity, or did they do it because she's the world #1 at the moment? I think is she #1 or #2?
Yeah, because
Do you think it was because of diversity or because of what she's attained, right? You know, what she's gained from her tennis. What do you
tennis,
think?
of
Yeah,
course.
of course, including her work.
Do you think if she wasn't this big with tennis, they would use her if she was just a
Because tennis, right? I think Japanese government or whatever, Japan choose her because of she's the champion of tennis.
Tennis.
Yes,
Yeah.
of course.
Right. So you don't think it has anything to do with diversity, really, or
What is the diversity?
多様性とか、いろんな人が。
Maybe a little bit, but most of because that's how Japan
yes,
is.
say it
How
like it is.
Japanese
Listen,
is.
sis, say it like it is. Don't hold back. Okay,
Right.
this is real
Okay.
talk. This is real
That's my
talk.
opinion.
We know this.
Yeah,
This is
that's how
real
Japan is.
right?
Because the city is very
Yeah.
famous, world famous. So they want, Japan want to use her. That suck.
But do you think Japan sees Naomi Osaka as Japanese? Like you are Japanese?
Yeah.
Now they do.
Okay.
Yeah. Of course. Of course. Yes.
Yeah, and she also what did she do? She had a choice to play for, I guess she could
Japan.
play for America, but she chose Japan over Haiti, and of course black people were angry about it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we're taking away our black card.
Black
Oh,
card.
okay.
And I can understand to an extent because it was her father that followed the Williams sisters, you know, Serena and Venus Williams. Their dad trained them, right? With
Okay.
no knowledge of tennis, right? So he got them to where they were.
But he is not even American, right? It's he.
No, he's Haitian. From
Haitian, right?
Haiti. Yeah, from Haiti, yeah. Right. So she had a choice of those two, right? So black people weren't very happy about her choice. I kind of feel a way too, because of not just because what the father said and the mother had said in the past, that they weren't accepted by her family, by Japan, so they left Japan, right? They left Japan because their relationship weren't accepted really. So I can understand why black people were like, do you know what I mean? So they were angry about it. So I understand, but it's her choice at the end of the day. Of course, it's her choice. And maybe she didn't choose Haiti because she didn't feel it's as advanced as Japan. Maybe she has her own reasons. But I can understand why people are upset, but I can also understand her reasons too. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Right, so let's push on to this section, because we just wanted to just really talk a little bit about Olympics and the opening ceremony, and we are going to go back to it on the racism that's been happening. But we want to first of all take a look at what's been happening this month and maybe last month with murders, deaths of black people by the police or other people. You know, we've got a compilation, I think.
There's a story coming out of Texas. This is a very sad story, so I have to warn you before you watch any of this footage. It is graphic. Surveillance footage released by officials last Friday captured the moments leading up to the death of a man named Marvin Scott III. Marvin Scott was in custody inside of a Texas jail. 26-year-old male. He had less than 2 ounces of cannabis, very minor, extremely minor. And according to the family, he self-medicated with cannabis because he suffered from schizophrenia. That's just a reality. He had this very small amount of marijuana, and he was exhibiting strange behavior when he was arrested. I want to show a picture of this young man. That's him. That's Mr. Marvin Scott.
Right.
Marvin Scott died at the hands of those jailers. The Collin County Medical Examiner ruled his death a homicide in April, and the cause was determined as fatal acute stress response in an individual with previously diagnosed schizophrenia during the struggle with officers. As for the officers involved in the incident leading to Scott's death, seven of them were fired in April, while an 8th resigned. However, one of the officers successfully appealed his termination and was eventually restated. I got all of their names. Let's put their names on the screen. Those are the names involved in the death of this young man. I want you to look at those names. I don't care what the criminal justice system says. They are responsible for the death of Mr. Scott. This is what happened in a grand jury. A grand jury statement goes, "We sincerely hope that the loss of Marvin Scott III will not be in vain. We are therefore recommending that a work group be convened as soon as practicable to study the events of March 14th for lessons learned in an effort to avoid any similar future tragedy." Now remember, they declined to indict. This grand jury declined to indict. But they said, you know what we need to do over the death of this man? Let's start a study group. Let's have a committee. Let's play it.
You see how many men there are? You see how many? You see how many
Now
men?
the video does not have any audio because this is part of the surveillance technology inside of the jail. Now he's in the jail, he's inside of a room where he cannot get out of, and they decide while he's handcuffed to still strap him down inside of a room that he cannot get out of.
Look, he's macing him.
Because according to them, he started to act weird or strange. Well, he's suffering from schizophrenia. They strap him down and he stops breathing. He stops breathing. Medical professionals do come in and they try to revive him, as you can see right here, but it is too late. He is dead. He's gone. In his 30s, because of a small amount of cannabis and out of control police officers and jailers who had no regard for his medical condition, his mental health, nor did they care.
A man gets tased on the subway, and while some argue this was police brutality, why cops say they had no choice.
Police, my back say
Those bleeped curse words are coming from the man who was tased, David Cromwell. The incident happened last week at the 116th and Lenox Avenue station in Harlem. Police say Cromwell refused their demands to get off that 2 train and started taunting them and appeared to threaten them, and that is when they took action. Cromwell was tased and taken into custody in front of everyone on board the moving train. Police say it all started after Cromwell paid his fare but opened an emergency gate for someone else to get in. That man eventually paid up, but Cromwell didn't comply with officers, they say, And now there's pushback about the police response.
That response was above the top. That response was the textbook of police brutality.
With the limited knowledge that we have, which is this 1-minute video, it still appears that the force that's being used is disproportionate to what is actually being alleged here and to the actual action that they are responding to. This man does not appear to be armed in any way. He's being pulled in many different directions.
The head of the police union issued a statement saying essentially the cops did what they had to do. It said in part, insults alone don't faze us, but when they cross over into threats of violence, we need to take action. Cromwell is charged with menacing, harassment, and resisting arrest.
Okay, those are 2 videos. We'd like to show a couple of videos in the, about, well, actually as much as we can, but this is what I could find so far for this month and last month, or even April. Marvin Scott, he said 2 ages, 26 and 30. This man was murdered.
Yeah.
Right? He was murdered. They're trying to open, what was it, the end product? They want to open a what, some kind of think tank for the police or the prison guards to, how is that? I don't understand. I really don't understand. The man was, they should be trained. If he has a mental illness, they should know. Right? Number one, they should know. They should be trained in dealing with people with mental illnesses. When they said that he was acting strange, they should know.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
There should be special kinds of guards for people who have mental illnesses so that they can react in the right order, manner for somebody who has mental illnesses. I talk like this because this is very close to my heart. My father was diagnosed with schizophrenia when I was 2 years old. And that happened on and off for the rest of his life, the rest of my life, until he died. So schizophrenia in itself is a mental illness of, where there's different kinds of schizophrenia, so they didn't say which one. There's different kinds of schizophrenia. They didn't say which one. My father had paranoid schizophrenia, where he thought he was someone else, multiple of different people.
Right.
But I don't know what was with Marvin Scott. And he was arrested for 2 ounces of marijuana. It's legal in many states, so I don't understand.
Yeah, right.
Right. It's irrelevant for what they didn't justify what he did, and you saw it in the video. What was he doing to make them to have? How many men were there? Were there 6 or 7 men? Why did it? Why did it warrant all of those men? Why did it need all of those men for one man?
Yeah, I think 2 or 3 is enough. I mean, she was cowering. I
could see that. It's horrible to watch, but the reality is this is not isolated. It's not one time. It happens all the time to Black and brown people. Right? It happens all the time, and the reason that we have this podcast is to show it. Is to show it so that people can see what's going on. Right, and we learn from many different stations, and because we miss things, right, and there's a lot to pack in 1 month of things, and there's too many, and we can't say as much the things that we want to say, but we try to show as much as we can and speak on it. And I would like to, how would they justify reinstating a man that was part of that gang? Because it was a gang. It wasn't. They weren't professional people at work with somebody that had schizophrenia. How can they justify a gang attacking one man? Because that's what it looked like to me. Kwan?
What do you guys think?
No, what do you think, Kwan?
Yeah, no, I mean, I agree. Like the use of force was excessive. They said it in the video, like those officers didn't really care about the well-being of that person there. So they just saw, they saw that person as a threat, and they always, I feel like in those kind of situations, they always just justify their actions by saying that, the person was not complying with our orders and they were acting strange. Like that's so vague, and like you said, it's clear that like if the person has, he was going through like a mental health episode, right? Like a schizophrenic episode. So yeah, they should be aware of this. But the fact that like it was kind of like disgusting, really, because like he was on the table, he was strapped to the table, and they were macing his eyes. They were spraying like pepper spray into his eyes while he was strapped down. I don't know how much training you need to know that you shouldn't do that to someone.
Who is strapped down? What was he possibly
exactly
to where he's strapped down? The guy spraying the mace. He's
Mhm.
strapped down and he's spraying the mace.
into his eyes.
Arms are cuffed. He's strapped down and he's spraying the mace. For me, what this says is I watched When They See Us. This was the Central Park Five. Do you remember those 5 black guys that were arrested in 1989, I think it was, for raping that woman? And they were, one of them, the youngest was 14. I think the rest of them were like 15 or 16.
Mhm.
And they went to prison for 14, between 6 and 14 years. They lost their youth in prison. So we watched that. I watched that with the last couple of days. Darren and I have been watching this. We waited this long because it's so heavy. It's emotional. I cried, anger, everything. And it was very well written, very well acted out. But it was, oh my God, the things that they did to these boys to make them say that they did it and they didn't do it. They were babies. And what the woman said and what they kept saying was that they were animals. They don't see Black people as human. This is why they behave this way towards us. That's the only reason, nothing else, but they don't see us as human beings. Not even, they don't think about being equal. They don't see us as humans. Why would they do that? Just like the guy on the train. The police said, insults alone don't harm us. That's a lie. We've seen that so many times.
Mhm. It's really shock.
No, it isn't for me. It's not a shock. It's been going on.
But us, I mean, we don't really see the kind of a video. I mean, news in Japan. It's shock. I mean, when I was in America, yeah, I saw some. I mean, I saw them, but it's shock. It could be your father, or could be your son, or could be your nephew.
To be your family.
I mean, yeah, like how you feel, we are here, same happening in Japan because we are Japanese and we treat like animal, whatever. This is not right.
I feel really sad to hear and watch the racial behavior and the racist even after like this equality this century, this time.
Yeah.
I feel every time police officer says we have no choice, but I don't think so. They just using and they just abusing their power over Black people and and a particular minor group.
But the court system is justifying their behavior. Right. We're going to show a video later on of how many of them don't get charged. It's appalling, and the amount of Black people that get killed, and the amount of police officers who are arrested, and how many are charged. We'll have a look at that later on.
Okay.
Yeah, we're going to take a look at that later on. It's appalling, but we know it. We know it. I'm never shocked by it, because I'm not saying that I lived it post, but we see it all the time. It's become, I shouldn't say part of our culture, but they've forced it into us, into our culture, this mistreatment. And it's never changed. It's, you know, when they say racism doesn't exist, and get over slavery, the fact that you're saying get over slavery shows that you're ignorant, and your arrogance to what's going on. As long as racism exists, it's because of slavery. That's where it was born.
No.
Right? As long as I don't know my true family name.
Oh, right.
I can't get over it. So how can you, as a white man, a white woman, tell us to shut the drivel, to tell us to shut up and get over it, when you've never walked a second in a black person's shoes?
Right.
You have no voice at our table. You need to sit down and shut your mouth and listen.
Right.
Always ready to give advice and give all this. Don't want to listen. Don't want to take accountability and responsibility for what you've done.
But tell you guys
ready
what
to come
to do.
for us for anything and everything. Well, it's a race card. What's a race card? What do you mean? Do you know what it means? Do you know how racist that is? Police are getting away with what they're getting away with because they're racist. The system is racist. If the system doesn't, the system doesn't change, the racism is not going to change. The system is racist. If you're killing people and getting away with it, right? The only reason why the man who, I'm not saying his name, the man who killed George Floyd, who murdered George Floyd, was sentenced, and his people who are going to get done too, is because it was seen all over the world and it was disgusting. That's the only reason why it went this far. Otherwise, it would have been kept a secret like all the other dirt and slimy shit that America's got. England's got its fair share. All of these countries have got its fair share. All of these European stolen countries.
Right.
They've got their fair share of filth that they hide. But this got out, and that, in my opinion, that's why. That's why he was made a spectacle of.
These those two stories were on the national, was it like local or not? I don't know, like on the news in America. Have you ever seen anything like that in Japan?
No, really. Not really. I mean, major right, it's maybe, but not like that. Like what's his name? Judge Floyd. Yeah. Yeah, but not a lot. You know, they showing like, okay, this is happening, that way, and blah 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 blah. But not like we trying to, research things, or we try to learn about. Not like this. We're just showing like this is what happened. News in America. That's all about it.
But you don't know, right?
Not really.
Oh, yeah.
I feel Japanese. I feel Japanese television should broadcast the crime relating racism more.
Yeah.
Do you think
but when there was Black Lives Matter, many Asian people, and in Japan too, said it's not our business. it shouldn't be in Japan. It didn't concern us. Don't you think that they might say this and complain to the news station? Why are you playing this? It's got nothing to do with us. This was what the backlash was about Black Lives Matter march around Japan.
Yeah. I heard about it.
It was online, it was on YouTube, it was all over the place. The organizers were attacked by Japanese people. Why are you bringing it here?
Well, we should know. We should.
Why should we know?
Well, because this is what's happening, like reality. And we act like we don't know and this is not our business. Yes, this is our business because this is what happened to human beings.
Push.
So it's not about nation. It's not about it's for all. It's for humankind. Yeah, this is funny, right? Because like a coronavirus. Oh, okay. So we have to stick together. Whatever this or what. But okay, look, America do that. Okay, European do this. Okay, Japan do that. The Korea, China, whatever. But you know, like these things. We like, oh, this is not our business. This is Americans' business. This is not Japanese business. This is so stupid. Warsaw and a lot of Japanese follow that because they don't know. They never, a lot of Japanese people never left Japan. So they all see they're like
yeah, but I still think that as long as you have TV, as long as you have a computer, you can go beyond it. I think it's a poor excuse to say because I've lived in Japan all my life, right? There are international news, like NHK is international, right?
Oh yeah, but NHK fucked up.
Yeah. No, speak as you want to speak.
Oops, NHK messed up. NHK is sometimes inappropriate.
It also feels like most likely NHK is always like filtering a lot of stuff.
Yeah,
right.
Always choosing which one is like
international. I'm saying there are other. NHK was what just came to mind, but there are other Japanese, maybe not huge conglomerates, but they are international too, right?
Yeah.
So
if something like if something like this happened in Japan, would they show the video of like the attack?
They did show George
like,
Floyd. They have done it. They've showed George Floyd.
Okay. I wonder like
it was a big deal. It was a big deal all over the world.
Too violent.
It was a big deal because we watched a man die. It wasn't a movie. We watched a white man put his knee on a black man's neck for 9 minutes. And
he said, I can't breathe, right?
And he said, and when you know when he's gonna die, when he said, Mama, I can't even. Whew. And he still had his knee in his neck.
If that was me, if that was my son,
I know. Oh no, you know what? Our ancestors would hunt down him and his entire family. That's how it was. That's how the ancestors work. Because you're not the only evil. It came from evil. I'm not advocating for violence or whatever, but this is how it works. You kill one of us, we come for all of you. But so what I'm saying here is they act this way because they don't see us as humans, let alone equals. In my opinion.
Like when I was in America, I had how can I say racist? Asian racist experience. You got because I'm Asian. So I didn't feel like I feel like how can I say? I feel so. It's not hurt. I feel so I feel like embarrassed. I was maybe young. I was maybe 20-something. Like call me like a yellow cab or whatever. Yeah. So I never had experience like that when I was in Japan. And but that my experience, it's not
anything compare with that.
I understand. One thing I can say about my experience in Japan is I had to call the police on this man on the train one time. And I called, I was on the train and we went for the same seat. Of course, I sat down first and he tried to sit on me and we were having a fight on the train. Most of my fights been with men, actually. Anyway, I digress. But so we're on the train and so he's, really going on and there was this guy that I used to get the train with in the mornings and he was, he was like special needs. He was an older man with his special needs and we used to always say good morning and stuff. And he was, he said, "What are you doing? Leave her alone." He was like really trying to help me. He was the only one out of hundreds of people on the train. Okay, not 100, but maybe 50 people on the train. He was the one that was like supporting me and trying to defend me. And the other guy was like aggressive to him and stuff. And he was drunk. He could smell the beer on the other guy. And so as the train was straight and stop, I went up and I went to the driver. "Could you call the police?" And he said, "Why?" I told him what's happening. And I thought I could get back on the train when they called the police. They went, no, you need to make a report. I went, okay. So they got me and the guy off the train. And then we went to the station master office, right?
Oh, okay.
And then the station master said, "I can't talk to either of you." Okay, fine. But then he's talking to the man, and I went, "Why are you talking to him if you can't talk to me?" Right. So I got real mad. So when the police came, they went straight to the man. But I called you. Why are you going to him?
Right.
Right. And they had the kind of attitude with me at first. And then
police officer?
Yeah. It had an attitude with me. Right. Wait. Why is that attitude with me? Right. I called you first. I want to see ID. What for? I want to see. I said, "Well, why just let me just show you." I went, "Okay." And it had professor on. They changed. So that's the difference with Japan. That's the difference with Japan is that they saw my color at first, but then when they saw my status, it was like,
I know.
But the fact that this would not work in America, that's the difference.
Oh, okay.
For me, I don't know about other black people, but I know on my ID it says, so now I'm like, cool. And they go, "Oh, professor." Oh. Well, I mean, I've never had that kind of experience before with police before after that, but that was, they saw and they went, "Professor, professor," right? Like, in Japanese, of course, they were saying that. And I'm like, right? And they went, and the man was like going, who said he couldn't speak English, was going, sorry, the man who.
Sorry, your face, right?
And I said, whatever. I said, "Get away from me," right? He's trying to shake my hand, right? Because now he's scared. Because they're probably the professor, right? And so he's scared. So they have a image in their head of what a professor should be, right? But then when I showed them my ID, they were like having a heart attack because in Japan, status is really important.
I know, right?
Right. If I was an Eikaiwa teacher, they wouldn't care. But
you know.
They wouldn't give
professor is a totally different.
You're right. They wouldn't give a gosh darn. But it said professor, and they seized up. Right. My company was gonna call. They were angry about it because I was late for work, and they found. And I said, and I told them, they were like, "What the?" They were like, "You're gonna contact." I said, "No, it's all right. It was dealt with. It was fine. It's fine."
It's all right. It's shame, right?
My point is, Miki, is that even though they judge me as being a black person, or it could be just a foreign person, but I think it's black too, because Japanese have their levels of racism for different people. I just think that if I was in America, the difference with Japan and with America was.
Are you okay, Jennifer?
Yeah, because my nose is running because it's cooler.
Oh God.
I best not getting so close to the camera, right?
Oh.
No, me. Okay. Yeah, I think for me, the difference with America and Japan is Japan stopped seeing color when they saw my status. It's just like the students at school, right? When I worked at the high school, the students forgot I was black. Remember I told you the story? They forgot I was black because they look at your status more than the color. I want them to still see me. I am black. But I think it's part of the culture in Japan. Your status is really important.
Yes.
And that's what they looked at. And that's why the police didn't like, it was like this, like a switch. I mean, if I'd known, I'd have gone, "Hey, here's my ID" at first when they came in. So that now that I learned that, now that I know that the status is really important, that's just what you show, right? And yeah, so the man felt he was in his own country, but the police were like kind of, right. But yeah, status is really important here, regardless of your color, and that's. I know that in America, in England, in Australia, in Canada, New Zealand, don't matter.
Oh, really? No matter?
Do you remember that video? I'm going to ask you to show that video again, Kwan. The black professor. Can you find it? Can you show that again to them? I want them to see the little...
Okay.
Yeah, I want to show you something. This is in America. I want to show you something.
Maybe just give me...
We showed this last month too. We're milking it. We're squeezing it.
Yeah, maybe just give me some time to find it.
But while he's trying to find that, I want to talk about football. I love British England football, not like American football, but football, right? Which Americans call soccer. But I don't know whether you saw last week. Was it last week? Was it last week?
Football is soccer, right?
Yeah.
With the England were not able to win the European Cup because 3 black guys could not. Well, they took the penalty and missed, and a whole bag of racism opened up. A whole bag of racism opened up on these 3 black men. And I think one of them biracial on the line. They just came to them. Listen to me. But the thing is, it's not surprising because when I was growing up, football was, I heard that black people used to go to the football if they did go, and when it finished, they had to quickly leave because of the racism. Right?
Really?
Yeah. The black players that played, the very few of them in the beginning, were always harassed and called monkey and banana thrown on the pitch.
Oh my God, that's...
So one of the things with England and many other
ignorant,
one of the, and many other countries like England is that are you still streaming? Are you looking for it? Kwan?
I found it. I wanted to say.
Okay. Yeah. One of the things with England is that, or many countries like England, that when you play for them and if you win, right, then you are the British hero. But when you lose, you come from Jamaica, the Jamaican band, the Jamaican descent, the African this, the that, and you the N-word. When you don't win nothing, when you lose something for them, they got a problem with you, and then the racism comes out, and a whole bag of racism. Miki, you saw on my Facebook page that I've got the image of we stand with our 3 lions, the hashtag UK against racism. I've changed it, so we're going to show that in a moment. But let's quickly watch that video, Kwan.
This woman worked hard to earn her doctorate, so it means a lot to be referred to as doctor. And that led to a heated exchange during a Zoom meeting with city officials.
If Mrs. Rosario has something about one of those...
It's Dr. Rosario. Thank you, sir.
If Mrs. Rosario has something about...
Dr. Rosario.
It's a public meeting where a city official refuses to address this woman by her title, doctor.
Well, you know, I'm sorry. Your name says on here, Carrie Rosario. Hey, Carrie.
It's Dr. Rosario.
Dr. Carrie Rosario has a doctorate in health education and is an associate professor at the University of North Carolina at Greensboro. But zoning commissioner Tony Collins apparently can't be bothered.
So please, sir, call me as I would like to be called. That's how I'm identified.
It doesn't really matter. We're here.
It matters to me. It matters to me. And out of respect, I would like you to call me by the name that I'm asking you to call me by.
I spoke with Dr. Rosario about the heated exchange.
I was very frustrated by the disregard for such a simple request.
You know, Ms. Rosario,
Earlier, another commissioner made a similar error, but immediately apologized.
It's Dr. Rosario, by the way.
My apologies. I really don't want to offend you in that regard. So, Dr. Rosario, I do apologize for that.
No problem.
Dr. Rosario says she believes Commissioner Collins was being intentionally disrespectful.
It's been my experience as a young Black woman with a doctoral degree that, you know, I've often been dismissed. It felt like maybe, you know, he didn't want to show me that that respect.
So what I'm trying to say, she is a professor, a doctor, right? And that man, he worked for the government, he still didn't give her no respect. So that's what I'm saying. The difference in Japan is that when people see, not just police officers, you know this, Miki, and you know this, when you bring out your eye and they go, oh, she's a professor, right?
Yeah.
They freak out at the hospital when I go there, and wherever I go and I have to show my ID, they freak out.
Right.
And the respect is completely different. It's
That's how Japanese are.
Right?
Yeah.
I also I don't know how similar this is. I feel like it's kind of like along the same lines, but like for me, when I meet people for the first time and they ask me like where I'm from, sometimes I like to like mix it up, because I was born in Hong Kong, but I grew up in Canada.
Oh, wow.
So I can say I'm from Hong Kong, I can say I'm Chinese, or I could say I'm Canadian, right? And so I always get different reactions, right?
Oh.
If I say I'm from Canada, people are like, oh, wow. I'm like, why is that amazing? But if I say I'm Chinese or I'm from Hong Kong, they're like, oh, okay.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it's always very very similar. You know, if I say Canada, this reaction. If I say this Hong Kong, this reaction. If I say Chinese,
that when I say England, but yeah.
I know.
Yeah, that was
That's how Japanese are.
Right,
because the Japanese like media.
Yeah, they go, are you from Africa? And I'm like, it's a big continent. Where?
All right.
Africa's not a country; it's a continent, right? So, are you from Africa? It's a big continent.
Like even her, like okay, so what's her like by racial, biracial.
Yeah,
See the Japanese and what? And if she said like America, wow, America. But if not, if she said maybe like Africa, maybe they say, oh, okay. Well, could be that's how Japanese people.
Yeah,
are.
it's the same. Yeah.
It's so ignorant.
Yeah.
Some Japanese people are so ignorant.
Yeah.
So full of prejudice.
But some of my students, when I say my parents are Jamaican, they go, ah, they're like really happy because they like Jamaica. Right?
Party.
When I say my parents are Jamaican, they're like,
because we love reggae music.
And they start singing,
We love reggae music.
Right, like a bomb. Yeah, like we love reggae music.
Yeah, so
like a Rasta color. But a lot of people, you know, like Rasta color.
Rasta colors.
Oh, that's how Japanese people are, right? They only see image. Right. Image.
Stereotypical.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the word. The stereotype.
Let's
go back to the what I would like to do is go back and take a short look at the history of racism in the UK football. Look at racism.
The stupid Asian girl.
No, not yet. No, not yet. So this is a football thing. We got quite a few things to talk about, Mick. So I don't know how long you're going to be. I'm trying to skip things, but we'll see. But I really need to talk on this because I don't say things about. I'm British and I don't usually, and I'm trying to put British things, and this is a big deal for me as well because I love football as a kid growing up.
Really? I didn't know that.
I used to play with my brothers. I was like, because I was fat, so I was a goalie all the time. Right? So that made me the goalie because I'm fat. Right? So, but I used to play. Even at school, I was the man of the match. I was a pretty tomboy. Right? So, and I love football. So I played football. I think I'm brilliant, but I played football. I can play football in high heels. So that's how good I am. So I like us to Kwan, could you just link them all the way through?
I think one of the things I felt was I was defenseless.
Remember when I started, there was only 2 or 3 black faces, and that was it.
What do you do when you've got a bank of thousands of people shouting abuse at you? The only thing a serious to say on a regular basis, I'll show them.
I can achieve this, I can achieve that.
In the 70s, there was this massive explosion because you could not deny talent.
We didn't know how many black players were going to emerge from what we did.
I think they're tough guys. You had to be strong, like very, very strong to live back then.
It's a thing we had to go through to get to the point we are now.
We said we are not going to let them drive us off. This is our flipping sport, this is our profession. We're going to see you next week, we're going to see you next month, we're going to see you next year.
At the end of the Second World War, people from the Commonwealth were invited to Britain to help rebuild a country on its knees.
They're all full of hope for the future, so let's make them very welcome as they begin their new life over here.
My mum sent my brother and myself to England, and then she joined us with my sister 2 years later. But she sold it to us as a bit of an adventure. But at school, as a 9-year-old, I was called a chocolate drop. And that was my first introduction to sort of racism. You know, we were invited here, part of the Commonwealth, but the welcome wasn't as warm as we'd expected.
What helped me, what gave me the inspiration to be something was Brian Clough, simple as that.
He didn't have all that much confidence. I don't think he's got total confidence at the moment, even now.
I remember playing at Carlisle, and he said, I thought I told you to warm up. I said, well, I have been warmed up, but they're throwing bananas, eggs, and pears at me. He went, you get back out there and get me 2 pears and a banana. And I got up, like I would do, young lad, 17, got out and did. Then he pulls me afterwards and says, you let people like these dictate to you, you're never going to have a career.
Britain was a country divided and in recession, with a prominent far right that saw football as a place to recruit.
I remember going to places like West Ham and Chelsea, National Front round there with the leaflets. Authorities did nothing about it.
As the 70s progressed, a group of players too brilliant to ignore braved the abuse and began to break through. West Brom took what was then the highly unusual step of including 3 black footballers in their side. Striker Cyril Regis, winger Laurie Cunningham and fullback Brendan Batson helped transform the Albion into title challengers. Then in November 1978, a seminal moment, as finally a black player was selected for the England senior team.
What does being picked for England mean to you?
Oh, it's tremendous, tremendous. Never thought it happened to me, would you?
I mean, to be first at anything is a great achievement. That's all I ever say. And I'm very proud. I'm very proud to be an Englishman. Very proud to play for my country.
A month later, with boos raining down from the terraces, Regis, Cunningham and Batson helped destroy Manchester United at Old Trafford. Regis's ability earned him an England call-up. It also saw his life threatened.
We used to get our post, and letters were there in our cubby holes. I think Cyril took it out, it fell out, we feel something, it fell out, and there was a bullet. And I think the letter said, I'm paraphrasing, you know, if you put on the white shirt of England, this is for you.
Decades later, abroad and at home, racism remains a huge problem for the game. 5 times in 7 months, while playing for club and country, teenager Rhian Brewster was abused for the colour of his skin. Little action was taken.
At the time, nothing really happened. I think the Spartak Moscow, the fans, they got 500 seats, I said, which they didn't even sit in anyway. There was a player that was banned for 5 games, and all the other times, not enough evidence, to be honest. No one heard, it was just me, so my word against his. I wanted to hurt them, but now I think I would probably want to hurt them in other ways, probably want to score, shove it in their face. You're a clown, you're stupid. Obviously you're not better than me at football, that's why you have to do something like that.
What should they be doing, as opposed to closing 500 seats or banning a player for a few games?
Kick the team out of the competition. Just nothing else.
Make the fines at 4 million, 5 million pounds, where they go, whoa, this is serious stuff now. We can't allow these people in our stadiums.
Are you ready to walk off a football pitch if you have to?
Yeah, I'll do it. I'll walk off a pitch if the team's behind me.
It should be not the players looking to walk off the pitch. It should be the manager or the chairman of a club saying, this is enough, enough's enough. I'm getting my players off. But if any black player wanted to walk off the pitch, I'd support them 100%. Generally, things have improved. We shouldn't forget we've come a long way in terms of the bad old days in the 70s and 80s.
They stood up to it and got on with it. But players can do this or can do that.
I've got mad respect for players that happen to them and they just carry on. Is amazing to see.
We're all part of a journey, and those who come after us, hopefully they recognise the contribution that you've made.
Might have not got to this point, we'd have been a society where everybody's happy to play and enjoy the people who are playing on the football field, no matter what colour their skin is.
We need to start with the problem of racism in football. Marcus Rashford has come out to say he'll never apologise for being who he is or where he came from. It's after he and two other of England's black players, Jadon Sancho and Bukayo Saka, were racially abused online. This followed England's loss to Italy in the Euro 2020 final. Here's what you need to know. Last year, this mural to Marcus Rashford was created to celebrate his work helping to tackle child food poverty. 8 months on, it's been vandalised after the England striker missed a vital penalty shot in the Euro 2020 final against Italy. Rashford was one of the 3 black England players who suffered abuse after the match finished. Arsenal's Bukayo Saka and Manchester United's Jadon Sancho were both targeted with racist language and symbols on social media.
For some of them to be abused is unforgivable, really. I know a lot of that has come from abroad, but not all of it, and it's just not what we stand for.
Pupils from Rashford's old school in Manchester said it's important not to listen to negative comments. And the Prime Minister, Boris Johnson, called the abuse appalling.
And to those who have been directing racist abuse at some of the players, I say shame on you, and I hope you will crawl back under the rock from which you emerged.
Although England player Tyrone Mings has criticised one minister for not supporting them fully when some fans booed the team for taking the knee before games. An investigation into the abuse has been started, and the FA called on the government to make the rules around abuse online a lot stricter.
Before I say my views, I'd like to listen to you guys. What do you think? We're talking about Marcus Rashford, which is the one on. Yeah, that's the one there. And then we're talking about Jadon Sancho on the other end, and Bukayo Saka in the middle. All right, so they were taking the penalty because it was a draw at the end of the game. So they were taking a penalty kick, and all 3 of them were able to score. You know, it happens to the best of us, right? So this is what happened. A whole bag of racism online came at them. So the football. I'm not sure all of them, but I know that England was taking a knee before the matches, and the fans were booing them. And Boris and Priti Patel, these are both governments. Well, Boris is the Prime Minister of England. Priti Patel, I think her position has changed. I'm not quite sure what she is now. She's an Asian woman from South Asia, India background, and I think Indian background. I don't know why Uganda's coming in my head. It could be Ugandan, but I think it's Indian background. And they were saying that they had a problem with them taking a knee, and less than a problem with them booing them. So now that this has happened, this outlash of racism, they've got something to say. Right? Boris Johnson's going, you crawl back under the rock you came from. But wait there, you weren't saying anything about them booing. They were kneeling because of racism. That was the whole point of them kneeling. Right? And Priti Patel, same thing. Right? And what's worse is that she's an Asian. Right? She's Asian and saying, well, you shouldn't be taking a knee. You know, it's racism. How is taking a knee racism? How is taking a knee racism? Now that these 3 guys have been, let me tell you something about Marcus Rashford. So in the pandemic, the kids were off school. And in England, we get this thing called free meals. So some of the families couldn't afford to feed the children. And so they were asking the government to help them, you know, subsidize. And they were like, no. Marcus got the money and he bought the food. Because the government wouldn't do it. And it weren't just for black kids, it's for all kids of all colors, of all backgrounds. That's why you saw that picture of him, and they vandalized it after the match. Right? So because of him, and then the government said, okay, we're gonna do it now, right? Because of him, his money. And look what still, like I said to you, it doesn't matter. We're going back again to being a professor, and this man gave up his time to make all his money and to fight back and forth with the government to get free meals for the kids. And he turned and said, well, you know what? I'm going to put my money into this. I'm going to feed these kids. And look what he got still for missing a goal.
I'm sorry, I'm speechless, because what he did was so beautiful. I mean, any other people didn't do, and he's the only one did it. And the people forget that quick.
Conveniently.
Yeah, I mean, regardless, I feel like you just shouldn't say anything like that to anyone, whether or not they've donated their money or whatnot. It just goes without saying that you don't treat people like that. So, but you said this was like a bag, like kind of like an explosion. It was hidden or something.
Online, and some of them have been arrested.
Yeah,
some of them lost their jobs. Some people have lost their jobs. Some of them, quite a few people have lost their jobs because the police are hunting them down because I'm calling the N-word and all these nasty, horrible things. You saw in the one before where the guy said when he got a bullet from a gun. In his post box, and it said, if you put on the England shirt, this is what's going to happen to you.
Yeah.
Right. This was in the 70s, 80s, right? This is what was happening to footballers. It's not changed much.
So I guess now, like
that one guy said, no one did anything. They weren't doing anything about it. Not really.
Yeah. I'm wondering, like with Twitter, it's kind of easy to find the identity of the person because usually you use your own identity. Like on YouTube, people use their own made up nickname, so it's harder.
I don't know. I can't speak on that. I don't know, but I just know that they're finding them wherever they're doing it on Facebook, on Twitter. Well, Twitter and Facebook are one and the same, but they are finding them, and I think what's happening is that like the other S&M companies are helping.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm thinking. Like I feel like the SNS companies should take more action, right? To hold people accountable, right? So that they can, if they say something, then they can be held accountable. Someone can track them and follow up, to make sure. Yeah. So you can't just make up a fake name and fake email and
that's what they're fighting right now. Is to But the thing is, they can follow you. If the FBI can find you on your email, on your they can trace you.
Right.
They don't need. They just need permission.
Right.
I'm not sure about FBI or whatever they call it in England, MI5 or whatever they call it. But if they've got that, right, it doesn't take rocket science, right? You can trace people from their computer and where they're at, right, and what they've done. That's it.
It's not rocket science. It's computer science.
It's no big operation. It could be done, right? But again, I'm going back to my stances. No matter what we do, we're not equal. We're not humans. Because who would you treat like this? Not a human. Come on.
Hey, I mean, because how can I say? I never really have experience like this myself or even my family. So I can't really say exactly, how you guys feel. But if I just imagine like me, myself, like I treat like an animal by people or anyone, or people treat my daughter or my brother or my father like that. Or if I have to worry or concerned about my family out there, and maybe they could kill by police officer who we should depend on or trust. I don't know what to say. I mean, it's so must be hard. I mean, it's not, hard. It's not enough word. I mean, but a lot of Japanese people, they don't know.
Yeah, but I mean, I was in Japan, right? And raising Aya in Japan, Aya is mixed with Black and Asian, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that in itself is something, because people say something here, right? How was it being a mother? How was it being for you? I'm gonna ask for both of you. How was it for you raising a child that? Because I tell you one thing that I remember. Because I used to do like stuff for TV and different stuff, right? And there's one particular show. It's for was it for NHK? NHK, and it was a drama for NHK, and I was going to be the mom of this a mixed child. It was Black, Asian.
Wow.
The mother said to me, he looks like he could be yours. I don't know why he's so dark.
Mm-hmm.
And then she was comparing him to all the lighter shade mixed kids that were there.
Right.
And he was there. And for me, Miki, I know that you're not like this at all, but for me, I was like going, what does it matter about what shade he is?
Mm-hmm.
I couldn't understand. It was like she was disappointed that he came out too dark. He was a beautiful little boy. Beautiful little boy.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
NHK?
The woman was her son was acting like me in NHK. He was acting as my son in NHK and an NHK drama. And the woman, not part of NHK, she was just the mother of the child who was a model, and he was acting, just a model actor. But she was like saying that because I'm dark and her son is dark, right? So he could pass as my child and not hers. Right, and then she compared him with the other kids who were mixed with white and Japanese in front of him. And I was like, he's beautiful. Appreciate what you got.
Yeah, I see.
People that want it and can't have it, but and you need to appreciate what you got.
Mm-hmm.
So I know that there's women out there that want like this mixed with white more than they do with Black. Right? What has life been for you raising a Black kid, more or less, right? Because you came to England, you come to America, you're gonna be seen as Black. The Asian is Black. The only way that you're gonna see Asian is if you do something like Naomi Osaka.
Mm-hmm.
Right? They have that one blood drop rule. If you have one drop of blood, you are no longer Asian, you are no longer white, you are no longer whatever the other part of your family is.
Mm-hmm.
Which is racist.
But first of all, I'm proud of myself to have her. And I know this country is, because I was born and raised here. So I know what Japanese people are. So I was like, when I brought her here and I decided raise her here, I was like, if any Japanese trying to tell me about how like American or whatever, like a Black kid or whatever, I was going to kick their ass anyway. But I'm like, shut up, because you never been there and you don't know anything and you tell me what to do, so shut up. That's how I felt about like when I raised her. I'm like, anybody wanna tell me about or talk to my daughter or because of her race or she's American or Black or Japanese, a mixed race or whatever, I was ready. I was ready. Like if anybody wanna try and tell me, like, okay, bring it to me. So, not really people, or any Japanese people didn't mess with me. But I don't know about her, her life. Like she grew up in here.
And she didn't tell you things to protect you, right, Aya?
So okay, go ahead.
Let's hear about you. What was it like growing up as biracial in Japan?
Yeah. Racism. I think racism has two types. One is racism with conscious and intention, and the second racism with inconscient. Yeah, I got both type of racism, but I didn't get so hurt somehow. I was like more objective. So yeah, once I have one story with my grand auntie. I really like Japanese traditional food such as natto, and every time one yeah, your texture is so unique. But yeah, I love it, and I told her I loved natto, and she responded me like, "Oh, Ayana-chan, you're so more Japanese, more than real Japanese." It's about her unseen racial system, and it's not only about her. It's about everybody. Everybody in Japanese. Everybody who doesn't know about racism has mind, maybe have such mind. Yeah, but I get used to.
They don't know about racism. Why do you think they don't know about racism?
Maybe I think Japanese in Japan is so isolated. They don't have neighbor. They don't have a neighbor country, and so isolated. So they don't know the culture and they don't know the history. So and also Japanese media doesn't broadcast the issue about racism. So most people most people don't open the eyes.
I'm going to challenge you on this. Baraku community. Baraku.
Black community.
Baraku. Right.
Yeah.
So if they don't know, I don't understand why they don't know, because this community, the Baraku community, for those of you who don't know, are a mixture of, in the beginning I learned about this because I worked at a human rights school, and high schools I worked at were only human rights schools, and I had to study about Baraku community. Right. So Baraku community are a community in Japan that are discriminated against. And in the beginning, it was poor Japanese people, or people from the death industry, anything to do with blood.
Right, exactly.
Right. So and death and so on. So these are the people from Japanese background, then Korean, Chinese. Right. I'm not sure if I'm one of them, but I related to my kids because they were Baraku community. They have to hide their identity when they go to school or when they go to work. They have to hide who they really are because of racism. So when you say to me that you don't think that they know, I think you're looking at it in the sense of Black people. But when you're looking at the sense of other Asians, it's racism. And I know it.
Right. Yeah, she's right.
Right. So people always say that Japanese people don't understand and they don't know, but you have Baraku community. You have certain places where they are on the Google Maps, right? Which is completely ridiculous, because Google Maps saying the Japanese government is saying they do this so that they're protected, but they're not, because everybody knows where they are on the Google Maps, right? So it's saying, don't go there because that's Baraka. Don't go there because that's Baraka company. Don't go there. That's what it's saying. And they're using a trickery to say, no, it's because we want to protect them.
And also, don't mess with the black people.
Yeah.
Yeah, right? That's true. So, and also like a you know, we have like a Korean area, like Tsuruhashi. I mean, their nationality is a Korean, but they grew up in Japan.
They told me Shirahashi and the other one,
Momodani.
Imamiya.
Or Momodani.
No, well near around that area. They're all in that.
Exactly, around there. Yes.
They say don't go there. It's dangerous. It's dangerous. They don't go Baraka, but I know it's Baraka because a lot of them don't think that I know what Baraka means anyway, so they wouldn't say it to me. But I know.
Right.
Right.
But
I said to my kids, I'm from Baraka community in the UK. Right. That's what they like because I consider myself Baraka. Right? In the UK, I'm Baraka, so I understand their treatment.
Okay, all right. So,
go ahead.
But like, I don't know, like there's a lot of Japanese people, like black people or white people. They don't. I think Japanese people, they don't look at them like they don't racist. They don't racist, right?
They don't distinguish.
How can I say it? So
they don't be racist.
Yeah.
So when they see black and white people, they're not looking at them in the same way they look at people from Baraka community.
Okay, so I don't know. That's my opinion. Japanese people look at like black people or white people are better than us. You know what I mean?
Some.
Yeah. Okay. So
yeah, I don't know about better than us. I don't feel this way because I've been here 21 years, and I'm only talking on my experience as being a black woman in Japan, and I don't find Japanese people loyal to me when a white person steps in. When I'm there, it's like, oh yeah, great. And then when a white person comes, they shove me and they try to embarrass me.
Yeah, or like I said, white people, it's a top one. Okay, black people are the same. Because that's how Japanese media.
Are you listening? So yeah. I'm doing the so last the last podcast we did, I say when Japanese people see white people, it's like the sound of heaven and white and it goes
right.
Right, so that's and that's why I because of my experience, it's like they're like, you know when you see a famous person, right? Like you go, oh my God, there's Kim Taku, right?
Miley Cyrus too.
So when they see a normal white person,
yeah, kawaii, kakkoi or something like that.
Right? And it's very telling for me. It's very telling, and they want to look like them, and they want to be like them, and they want this, that. I'm like, well, no, love you, right?
Yeah, but we don't. That's how Japanese people are, because we look at black people or white people, maybe in a movie or like a football player, NBA. So it's like a stereotype. Well, they are better than us.
Yeah. I don't know about better than us. They don't think we're intelligent.
Well, we like a more like how can I say envy. We feel more envy to.
Yeah, but I'd rather you envy me for my intelligence than me playing basketball, or singing, or because that's what they this is what they identify us with like singing or sport. Right, but we are great inventors. Shingo,
right?
Shingo, the traffic lights, eh? Shingo, black man invented that.
Oh, see, but we don't know.
There's so many things you don't know. I can't even get them. I wish I'd prepare, right? But there's so many things that you don't know that black people invented.
Well, but like all Japanese people look at like
this is why we're going on to critical race theory, which they want to ban, which they've banned in many states in America, which tell the truth about the history of Black people and what we've done, what our ancestors have done. Right? They make it out like we don't know nothing, we don't do nothing. We were on this island before they were.
Yeah, but they don't
And as
know.
simple as bathing yourself, the Moors taught them how to bathe themselves.
Mm-hmm.
But now they're more intelligent than we are.
No.
And Japanese people believe the hype, the myth, the nonsense.
Yeah. Yeah, but who attacked? Who attacks? Who attacked? I mean,
that's what I say. Hiroshima and Nagasaki.
Yeah. What? I mean,
it was American, but they're like this. I have a friend that he's I haven't talked to him in a while. He speaks patois, right? He don't speak English. He speaks Jamaican only to me. And he said we had this deep conversation, and he said to me, "We don't understand why." This is him speaking to me. We don't understand why Japanese people love white people when they blow us up. Everything is America, 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 America. We don't understand. Right? And he sat down and he's angry about it because I'm tired of them. I am tired of Japanese people bowing down to Americans, and look what they did to our country. Right? And pushing Black people to the side. I mean, this guy used to live in Jamaica, right? So in the mountains with the Maroons, right? The Maroons are the Africans from West Africa that they brought to the Caribbean to be slaves. And we're like, we ain't being no slaves. And they went to the mountains. So they couldn't. It's just my way. I don't know whether I did that, but they weren't being no slaves. So they escaped to the mountains and they couldn't touch them.
Right.
Right. So I forgot my point now.
I mean, us why we love American.
Yes, that's what he said to me. Yeah. Right. So I guess that he I don't know whether he had this.
Well, like a blonde hair, right? We love blonde hair, I think. Blonde hair, blue eyes, and what is that?
Yeah,
and a fair skin.
With a fair skin.
Carol is gonna kill me for saying this, but he dated a Japanese girl for a few years, and when he came to Japan, she made him dye his hair blonde. His eyes always got blue eyes anyway, to show off to her friends. I always tease him about it. And he did. He dyed his hair blonde so that she can show her friends this blonde hair guy. And I went, I can't believe you did. He's always young and stupid. And he's still stupid.
Oh my God. Yeah, but like certain like a Japanese age, like a senior people, like older people, like maybe over 75 years old, but they kind of look at white people different way because they had experience of World War II.
Yeah,
because I had a friend of like mixed race, white and Japanese, and the girl, she's the same age as my daughter, and she told me she had an experience about all the people look at her really funny. Because of like a white girl, like a white, like white devil. That's how all the people think about white people. White.
Yeah, I guess I understand. I wouldn't say all of them though, because I think some case by case. Just my opinion. I remember I had this. I was going when I was at the high school at Matsuboro High School. I was going to school on the bus, and this old Japanese woman came up to me and she sat by me. And she went, and she's like, and she said, and then before I could even answer, she said, and then she went, I said, and she went, what did she say? Philippine desu ka? She asked me if I was Philippine. I went, no. So ka. Nihonjin desu ka? No! So she asked me if I was Filipino. I went, no. And then she asked me, oh, right, you're Japanese. I was trying not to laugh. Well, I was kind of laughing when I answered. And I was like, what the hell is going on? She probably, I don't know what she was thinking. I have no answer. I have no words.
Oh.
I admit that was the only time I experienced that in Japan. I've never experienced that before. She thought I was Philippine. And then when she was wrong, she said, Soka, you are Japanese.
You are Japanese? Really? No way.
Nothing like either. So that's something I always remember because it was really from nowhere, right? It came from nowhere, right? So it always said it made no sense whatsoever.
The Lord put this other thing in my heart. You know, a lot of things I say obviously is very politically incorrect, but it does not matter because it comes straight from God's throne, from the courts of heaven, from God's very own words in his book, you know, to cast down all these lies and people who exalt themselves against the word of God. So there's this topic that nobody really likes to talk about, but it's very well known. You know, the fact that most black women are bald and they don't understand why. They blame it on like, oh, we use too much chemicals for our hair. It's the glue and too much braiding. But that's not it because, you know, when I was in Hollywood, I did all kinds of stuff to my hair all the time. I bleached it, you know, and it's just not like that. It's only black women who go bald. And let me tell you why, because let me tell you this verse here. But if a woman has long hair, it is a glory to her, for her hair is given to her as a covering. 1 Corinthians 11:15. So, you know, I have such long hair and it grows so fast all the time that I'm constantly having to cut it. As y'all see, it's constantly growing. And it says it is a glory to her, not to her shame. You know, and let me read this to y'all, this little article I found. It says, a study 3 years ago of almost 6,000 women of African descent by Boston University Stone Etymology Center found that almost 48% of respondents had suffered hair loss on the crown or on the top of the head, mostly caused by traction alopecia. That's not what it's caused by, but let me keep going. Given the topic tends to be shrouded in silence, the true figure may be higher. All of them. It says, if we all had to take off our wigs at work, 8 out of 10 women would have hair issues. It's just something we don't and won't talk about. We are very ashamed of it, says Bandal, this black woman. So she says, we are very ashamed of it. So see, God's people don't walk around feeling shameful. God's people are walking around filled with glory and long hair. See? But if a woman has long hair, it's a glory to her. But yet this black woman says, you know, all the black women feel, you know, shameful because they're bald. And I, as a woman, can understand because that's part of your beauty. It's part of, you know, just natural women, you know, having long hair. It's feminine. But without hair, you're just bald, nappy-headed, you know, crusty head, you know, walking around with your shame. Your shame will follow you everywhere you go. No matter how much money you try to buy, you know, to buy wigs. But before I go further, let me read to you this verse that God himself did that to you. God Almighty, my husband, did that to you. Let me read to you what the Lord God says. Because remember, there's a lot of these, you know, you will know a man by his fruits. There's all these like black women claiming to be the bride of Christ. And many church people out there claiming Jesus was black. But to their shame follows them everywhere. You'll know a man by his fruits. Look at Africa. And now all the African women are bald-headed. And this is what God says about that. The Lord says, the women of Zion are haughty, walking around with outstretched necks. You know how they're always like this with the attitude, like haughtiness, okay? The women of Zion are haughty, walking along with outstretched necks, flirting with their eyes, strutting along with swaying hips, you know, all that twerking with ornaments jingling on their ankles. Therefore, the Lord will bring sores on the heads of the women of Zion. The Lord will make their scalps bald. In that day, the Lord will snatch away their finery, the bangles and headbands and crescent necklaces, the earrings and bracelets and veils, the headdresses and anklets and sashes, and perfume bottles and charms, the signet rings and nose rings, the fine robes and the capes and cloaks, the purses and mirrors and the linen garments and tiaras and shawls. Instead of fragrance, there will be a stench. Instead of a sash, a rope. Instead of well-dressed hair, baldness. Instead of fine clothing, sackcloth. Instead of beauty, branding. Your men will fall by the sword, your warriors in battle. This is why all the black men kill themselves a lot. Because it's God's judgment. Your men will fall by the sword, your warriors in battle. The gates of Zion will lament and mourn. Destitute, she will sit on the ground. Ooh, this is Isaiah. I'll leave it in the description box. So you see, that's about all the black women and those who follow their trends. Even all the Hollywood women, every single one of them have to wear hair weaves, hair extensions, because this is all the black women. So it's a shame that they go around still claiming to be, God's bride and this and that, but yet they're bald. God beautifies his people. He beautifies us with his salvation, his armor of righteousness, his glory, even the simple things as long hair. He beautifies his bride. Surely he beautifies his own people. But to the wicked, your shame will follow you. So a lot of people don't want to talk about this because it is a shameful topic. It's embarrassing. And, imagine being on a date with someone and then you try to make out with her and then her hair, like her whole wig falls off on your bed like a dead rat. It's not sexy. It's not good. It's not beautiful. Men want to run their hair in their woman's hair, their hands in their hair, beautiful. You want to pull on it a little bit. But, when you pull on it, their hair is like the wig falls out and then scabies and all kinds of scabs on their head, scalps bald. So this is the word of the Lord. So this is why, this is their shame that follows them, because that's why God said they can sit out there and post all these videos, say all these things in church congregations, act all wickedly out there. But to those of us with eyes to see, the Lord says, you will know a man by his fruits. When you look at them, you'll see the shame. Follow them everywhere they go. No matter what they claim, no matter what they do, God's word is like heaping burning coals of fire on their heads. All right. So therefore the Lord will bring sores on the heads of the women of Zion. The Lord will make their scalps bald. There's no one more bald than the black women. So y'all need to think about this and repent and wonder and ask yourself why. Because you might, I'm sure you do feel the most oppressed out of all mankind, because it's true. But you have to think about why. Why? Are you trying to say God is not just in his dealings with you? Is God cruel? And is he not righteous in his dealings with you? Okay, guys, so that's all I want.
She's so ugly.
She's so
ugly. I mean, I'm
who's talking about the beauty?
Oh my God.
She's so irritating. I almost cracked my iPod.
All right. Okay.
Okay. I feel people never have a right to label a particular group of people as ashamed. Everybody is different, and it's insane to pick a difference out and criticize, I think.
But I'm not even angry because she sounds pathetic. She sounds uneducated. Mm-hmm. I'm not. When I first saw it, I got mad. I thought, well, why are you letting this foolish little girl?
Well, she's maybe envy. She's just jealous of a black woman.
I don't care. But the thing is, when these people go online and spout this hate, people believe them and follow them. And when especially she's cunning because she's using the Bible, right? She's using the Bible, and that's what colonizers did, was use the Bible in the parts of Africa to show that they were good. And so she's using that cunning side of the Bible, right? And she's quoting, if she really is quoting stuff from the Bible, because I don't know. I was raised in the church, but I'm no longer a Christian because I don't see what it's going on.
Just so embarrassing, like Asian people like that.
Yeah, she's calling God her husband. If she was a Christian, she would know that God is not her husband, but our Father. Right, those things, right, and saying that bride of Jesus Christ, we're never the bride of Christ, right? Because Christ is our brother, he's the Son of God, and we're the children of God. So these are flaws in what she's saying, because she can't be reading. I don't know what Bible she's reading, because everybody knows that God is the Father, not our husband. So that there is foul. It's nonsense. It makes no sense. Talking about black women's hair, the black women have all different kinds of texture around the continent of Africa. So she is ignorant.
Yes. I feel she just using the word in the religious or academic area to make her thought persuasive, but she's just spitting her ignorant and no common sense.
She's bigot. She's a bigot.
No.
She's
malice behavior.
Yeah, she's spitting hate. She's spitting hate. Whether she's jealous or not, whatever it may be, but she's spitting hate out, and the people that will listen to that hate and believe that she is correct in what she's saying, right? She's calling herself beautiful. That there is a problem, because most people don't call themselves beautiful.
You see, it's not.
Right?
Especially her inside.
Inside is very ugly. Her inside is absolutely the most ugliest thing. She's a monster.
And I can't believe like Asian people like this.
Why not?
I mean, it's so disgusting. What beauty it is depends on people and their taste. So you can't tell you can tell your taste. We have to keep in mind that all people has the right to be respected and shouldn't judge by anyone. She talk like her taste as if it's like a universal standard, which not.
At some point, yeah, she's talking about her taste. That's exactly what it is. And bringing black women down is, I'm not sorry to, some black men have done this, right? A long time. It's been starting a long time. Black men are very known for bringing black women down, and black women, black men, right? So it sounds like she's been watching videos about black women and what black men say about black women, and she's used it as ammunition. But it's not real, because she's not studied enough. She's just picked up bits and bobs, and she's very uneducated. And I'm not saying that she's uneducated about who we are and what we do, and why we have to do certain things, why we have to wear wigs, why we have to straighten our hair, right? Because when we wear our natural hair, we don't get employed. We don't get a job. This is not the case in Japan. They don't care in Japan. But when in England, America, even parts of South Africa, right? Canada, when black women wear their natural hair.
Is that true? Is it? Really?
Yeah. It's a problem. And they're forced to put chemicals in the hair, which damages the hair. They're forced to put extensions in. Some people wear wigs to protect their hair. Right? Black hair is not all black hair, but some black hair is very sensitive. Right? Mine is sensitive. Right? But it's long, but it's very sensitive, and I'm lazy. That's the truth, right? But it's none of her business. It's a preference.
Exactly. Yeah, right.
It's a choice that we prefer. Black women have been wearing wigs for years, but not the wigs that we wear, because we create all this brilliant stuff and then they join in. But white women wear wigs as well.
I mean, I think all races wear the same thing, right?
All women, all different women wear wigs. So she comes on talking complete and utter nonsense. And she just shows that she has disdain and hatred for black women. Maybe she had a bad experience with one. Tell the truth. Don't tell us with this bush. If that's your case, then that's your
maybe
case.
her boyfriend affair with a black woman.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe.
Could be, yeah.
Maybe. Maybe. Because it doesn't, I mean, listening to it, it doesn't sound like anything that
Yeah.
do you understand? It doesn't sound like, I'm trying to think of the word. It doesn't sound like anything that she's learned as that has, because at the end of the day, she said 6,000 women in a study. How can that be your basis for Africa? And the study was in America. So, right? She said out of 6,000 women, 48% of the 6,000 women, it wasn't even 50%. Right? And it was based in the US. How does that justify what she's saying? She's using statistics, but the statistics is just based on something very simple. And how true is it? Right? For me, I say it's going to take a black one to move me, which means if a black person is doing a statistic, I'm going to believe you. But when a white person does it, they fabricate. They always have done. And so this is just my thing. This is just my thing. It's because of history and all the fabrication and all the lies. But watch that girl. She's going to fall on her head. Watch her. I don't put nothing on her, only karma. That's all.
Yeah. No, and she's so ignorant. So she doesn't even realize. But what she speaks in the video is already terrible racism to black people and especially black women. And at the same time, it's huge disrespect to God, the God itself, and the believer of the religion. And also the patient who suffers alopecia or illness that hurts scalp cells,
cancer or something,
and cancer patient.
Yeah, alopecia is caused by stress or some reaction to something that you could eat, or there's many reasons, right? But a lot of it, they say it's stress. So for her to speak of alopecia and say it's not true, right? Because she's also saying, disregarding what the research had said by saying alopecia, right? And saying it's untrue. Where are you getting your results from? What have you done to get these results? She's just talking and saying the Bible said this and the Bible said that.
Not even doctor. Well, she's just ignorant. Beyond the ignorant.
She's just pretending she's right, which not.
Kwan, can you see on that video how many likes did she get or thumbs up or anything like that? Can you see?
Yeah, give me.
So that's important to take a look at. See who's listening to her and who agrees with her.
Look, slowly.
Because she's selling this
message. Idea?
Yeah, rhetoric, right? She's saying this. She's using this, right? And it's really important to see the people that agree with her. I just wanted to see
here 41 people thumbs up, and then 148 thumbs down.
Oh, good, she hasn't got a big following. So there's more. Usually, you get more people with thumbs up than down, right? And she's got those 40. How much was 48?
41.
41.
Up. Yeah.
Up. That's a problem for me.
Yeah.
Even one person. If it was just one person, it would be a problem. Many people are going, oh, that's not many. It's still it's 48 too many for me.
I think this situation has been lasted ever since the slavery has begun. I read one essay written by Gardner Davis, who is for the research, and she's a Black woman. In the essay, she's talking about the mentality. She talking two types of mentality. One is the mentality of white people, and the one dominating, and the other one, the mentality of Black people, one dominated. So these mentalities has been lost for decades and for centuries. For even now, this mentality has continuing and lasting. So this is a problem. So we can say there is the mentality of white people as dominator, and the mentality of Black people as slavery, and the other mentality, the mentality of other groups, Japanese, Spanish, Asian, like her, like the girl in the video. Their mentality is based on the white people. White people always look down on Black people, so Asian people imitating.
Yes, and that's the point in Japan too. That's my point. They imitate white people, but also we look at ourselves through the eyes of white people too. We had that that video that we showed a few weeks ago with I forget his name. He's a Black activist. He's also a rapper. He's an awesome guy. I can't remember his name, and I really like him. Sorry, I forget his name. But we also look at ourselves through the eyes of white people. And that's what he said, and I completely agree with him. When we look at each other, when a Black man says he doesn't want a Black woman because her nose is too wide and the lips are too thick, that's what white people say.
But we don't,
right?
We don't.
Black women with short hair. This is what white people say. Listen, I showed because I teach the history of gospel music, and I take it back to Africa because that's where it began, right? That's where music began. And so the students this year, racist as hell. Yeah, in the emails, they're asking me why the Black girl's hair is short.
What?
And I said, this is not the topic of the conversation. Why do they look like monk? And I don't understand what you mean. They didn't mail me back.
You're a student?
Yeah.
It's about mentality.
Yeah.
I'm going to talk to him.
You don't need to. Well, you don't. It's no. What I'm just trying to explain to you that, and what I was saying is right. You either have the mentality of a white person, right, or a mentality of, I don't know, of a Black person. I don't know what that means, but I'm not sure about your explanation. But a lot of, because that also refers to Black people too. We can have the mentality of a white person, and we look at ourselves in that way, right? I used to look at myself in that way, and I used to look at other Black people in that way, because what do we see on our TVs, on the magazines, at school? Do you know what I mean? In our textbooks, right? So it's what we see, and it's all run by white people, right? And so they're creating a world for them, and for only them to be worshipped, right? I mean, okay, so James Bond is a fictional character, right? So why can't he be Black? Why is it that we can have a problem with James Bond being a Black man?
Or an Asian man?
Yeah, yes, but
right, yeah, right.
I'm just, but the actual argument was about James Bond being a Black man, right? And don't make light of this. I'm being for real. Right? And it's a fictional character. So James Bond could be anybody.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Right?
Latino or Asian.
Yeah,
whatever.
that's what I mean. Anybody, right? Any color. That's what I mean by anybody. But but my point here is that to be a white person, not all, but a lot of them, they have no fear in saying this nonsensical garbage, racism. Why? It's what they've always done, and it's what they've always gotten away with.
Right. White people say that see things.
It's a normalcy.
White people see the things in the same mentality as that of 19th century as what did I say? As
what do you say?
dominator. And black people so do they. And I feel white people see things and stacking their status. So the whole system has never changed. The solution, there's no
okay, so that leads me to say to you about Greenwood. Greenwood was this year's anniversary. This year is the remembrance of what happened to Greenwood. Greenwood is in Oklahoma. Is in Oklahoma, and it was a affluent area, a rich area of black people with black owned everything. They burnt it down to the ground and massacred the people. So white people thinking that they are the superior ones. These black people came from slavery with nothing. And in Oklahoma, they wouldn't give the particular land that they wanted. They gave them this land and they built it up into an empire. And they were richer than the white people.
Oh, really?
There's so many other stories. There's Rosewood, and there's I forget the name. There's so many. There's so many other stories in America of these different areas where they were. The one that we know, it's called Black Wall Street, but I don't like to use that because it's. I know it was coined by a black person, but I prefer to say Rosewood or Little Africa. These people built it up from nothing. Because after slavery, they didn't have anything. So they worked whatever they could do and save their money, became a community with their own church, their banks, their library, all these things, doctors and nurses and hospitals.
Right.
Burned everything. White people burned everything to the ground. And the two of the survivors, a brother and sister, are still fighting. They're still fighting for I keep saying reparation. Kwan, help me. I forget.
Reparations.
Yeah.
What is a reparation?
Representation.
Reparations is basically to pay them back what they've lost. So they burnt down the white people. Right, burnt down, and the police and the government was involved, right? As far as I was concerned. And these people have not been repaid for this.
Okay.
Right? Right. So
She
was English, doesn't speak Anyway, so these people were like, now it's 100 years ago, right? They're 100. So these people, they're in the early 100. I think they're either 100 or I don't remember their age, but these were young children, like 7 or 8 when this happened. Now it's 100 years later. So they're probably 107 or whatever, right? Or around that age. They were babies when this happened, and they're still waiting.
Okay.
So what I'm trying to say to you, my point is, right, is that as much as white people want to make us think that they are our oppressors, right, and that we can't do anything, but we can. We rebuild communities, right, from nothing. And their jealousy has burnt them down. They are afraid of us building our empire and being better than them, having more than them, being the rulers, because they think that we're going to treat them like how they treated us.
It's like a Black Panther.
Oh, Wakanda.
Wakanda.
So it's going to be like a Wakanda, and so the rulers kind of things, right? Yeah, and so they feel that Black people are going to build an empire, right?
Right.
And
so they were scared.
And building, yes, that because, and this has been said so many times, that they're afraid that we're going to treat them like they've treated us. So they're always putting the grind down. They're always doing this and burning stuff down and doing things really wrong to us, right? But the thing is, though, right, we don't care about them. They're the ones that are coming into our community, right? More times than none, right? And stealing what we create, what we make, what we build. So they need us. We don't need them.
But they need you guys.
Yeah. But they need to keep, at the same time, they need to keep us in our place. And with the help of other cultures, Asian, Hispanic, Latino,
yeah.
Right? With the help of these other nations, that it can help them continue to do this. Right? So what that girl don't understand, right? I can't even call her a girl, that thing, right? She, met by the KKK, ain't shit either. That's the irony of it all. KKK do not like your ass either.
Yeah, because she's Asian. But she thinks she's a part of it.
No, she's a clown.
Which not?
She's a clown. She sounds and looks like a clown, nothing but. You just laugh at her because what else? Poor thing.
Yeah.
She's got so much hate in her.
Right.
That it comes through. It comes through. She has so much hate for no reason.
One of teenager illness.
Oh, okay.
One of, but worst one.
Would you say teenager illness? I don't think she's a teenager though.
She's old. She's very old.
Oh,
looks like
that's worse. Because she looks like old. I mean, she looks
I don't know.
like
She's very old, but she's not a teenager.
Yeah, but her brain remains kids. Yeah. Well, Jennifer, I'm so enjoying it.
No, it's fine. Thank you so much for being here. Really appreciate it.
Thank you for having us here.
No. Your input was awesome. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having us here. And it was really even my skilllessness English.
No, not at all.
Please don't do that.
No problem.
Don't do that.
Thank you. Thank you for
Kwan. It's perfect. Yeah, this is not an English class. It's not anywhere where the fact that you can speak English and you can understand. I was worried about the videos and whether you could follow them, and you taking notes. I could see you taking notes. Both of you.
Thank you.
Awesome. And so please do not think that you're less than anything.
But we learn a lot. Education.
You taught me too.
You will study and I'll study.
Yeah.
Just watch the videos. Just watch the videos. We put them on Facebook every month.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you, Jennifer. And thank you, Kwan.
Thank you, guys.
So please come back again. Please come back.
It's okay to call Kwan.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you, Kwan.
Thank you, Kwan.
It was nice meeting you.
Yeah. Please come back again. Thank you, guys. Take care.
Okay. Bye.
Bye.
Okay.
That's awesome.
Cool. Yeah, they were really nice. Yeah.
All right. I think we need to continue. We talk about all this stuff about police, and we've been here all, talking about all these things, and I said that I want to take a look at the police impunity. It's a video I found the other day. Let's just take a look.
An unarmed black man.
George Floyd! It has been incredibly difficult to prosecute a police officer successfully.
I'm here because I'm sick and tired of seeing black men and women be killed and nothing be done about it.
We can never be satisfied as long as the Negro is the victim of the unspeakable horrors of police brutality.
Jonathan Ferrell was unarmed when he died, just a month shy of his 25th birthday.
Now that officer, Randall Carrick, is charged with voluntary manslaughter.
A mistrial was declared in the case of a white police officer who shot and killed an unarmed black man. There were protests outside the court after the mistrial was announced Friday.
Shoot! Young and black! Don't shoot! Unarmed! Don't shoot! Unarmed! Don't shoot!
Death of Eric Garner of a heart attack on Thursday. The father of 6 can be heard on the tape saying repeatedly,
I can't breathe! I can't breathe!
There needs to be prosecution. That's what this is all about.
Many people simply cannot understand why the grand jury did not indict when they could actually see video of what went down between that New York police officer and Eric Garner.
Michael Brown, an unarmed 18-year-old, was shot and killed during a struggle with a Ferguson police officer.
Sir Darren Wilson will not be indicted.
It's the feeling among many of these people that black lives don't matter. Not one reason did this grand jury find to indict him.
Ask a question.
Yes.
How can we be promised that this injustice will happen again to another black kid
in another state tomorrow?
How can we assure our kids that they're safe out on the street with your officers?
That's my question.
That's what I want to know. I have a black child.
Chicago police officer Jason Van Dyke shot and killed 17-year-old Laquan McDonald.
For the first time in 35 years, a Chicago police officer is charged with first-degree murder.
That officer found guilty of second-degree murder. Very unusual, very important one.
It just goes to show you how serious that I am about my life and all these other lives that are out here that are scared of the police.
Officers shot and killed 12-year-old Tamir Rice on Sunday.
Tamir Rice was playing with a pellet gun when officers arrived, and one of them opened fire within 2 seconds.
Grand jury decided not to indict the 2 officers who shot and killed 12-year-old Tamir Rice.
Cleveland's prosecutor calls it a tragedy, but not a crime.
Doesn't even warrant a trial. That, in my mind, is unacceptable.
Think of the death of Freddie Gray.
All lives matters, but you got to think about who dying out here.
Prosecutors in Baltimore dropped all remaining charges against 3 police officers in the Freddie Gray case.
Samuel DuBose was shot in the head Sunday after being pulled over for a missing license plate.
Officer Raymond Tensing has now been charged with murder and voluntary manslaughter.
The only reason why Tensing is being charged is because there was a body cam. Yes.
Now those charges have been dismissed.
Black Lives Matter!
We will never get a conviction in this case.
The death of Alton Sterling,
African-American man killed by police in Louisiana.
The Louisiana Department of Justice cannot proceed with a prosecution.
All we want is the same justice that they put against us whenever we go through certain trials and tribulations.
Philando Castile, a supervisor at a school cafeteria where kids loved him.
Police officer Geronimo Yanez shot Castile to death while he was in the car with his girlfriend and her 4-year-old daughter.
Jurors found Yanez was reasonable in his decision to shoot and kill Philando Castile during a traffic stop last July.
Under the circumstances, just because he was a police officer, that makes it okay.
I think the past 2 shootings with Alton and Philando have really sparked something.
There's people being murdered unjustly and not being held accountable. Cops are getting paid leave for killing people.
Former fans burning his number 7 jersey.
I hope you get cut.
40-year-old Terrence Crutcher was killed on Friday when local officers responded to a call of a stalled vehicle in the middle of the road.
12 jurors found TPD officer Betty Shelby not guilty of manslaughter in the shooting of Terrence Crutcher.
The facts were there. All the elements of manslaughter was there.
The death of 22-year-old Stephon Clark sparked nationwide protests.
Clark was hit 20 times. He was in his grandparents' backyard at the time.
This is what we have to do to not only this young man, but those who are going to come behind him.
Federal police officers will not face charges saying they did not break any laws when they shot Stephon Clark in his grandparents' backyard.
And the same cop who killed him is back on the streets patrolling other communities, running through other people's backyards. I'm uneasy with that.
Anger overnight over the shooting death of 26-year-old Botham Jean in his own apartment.
Former Dallas police officer Amber Geiger is waking up this morning behind bars. She was found guilty yesterday of murdering her neighbor in his own home.
Tatiana is her name, and everyone is seeing that name on social media. There she is.
She was up playing video games with her nephew when she was shot and killed by former Fort Worth police officer Aaron Dean.
The Fort Worth police officer who shot at Tatiana Jefferson in her own home has been formally charged with murder.
Breonna Taylor.
A woman was shot and killed in her apartment.
George Floyd died in police custody after an officer pressed his knee into Floyd's neck.
Said, "I can't breathe," eerily similar to what we heard in 2014 with Eric Garner.
Black Lives Matter.
I filed an amended complaint that charges former Minneapolis police officer Derek Chauvin with murder in the second degree.
George Floyd, whose killing by US police triggered anti-racism protests right around the world.
Weeks of global protests and international support
and impact around the world.
Protesters marched once again in cities worldwide demanding police departments change their tactics.
George Floyd! George Floyd! George Floyd!
Damn. That's some crazy statistic. So close to 2,000.
1,944.
Yeah.
Did you see what it said? 3% out of all of these people
charged,
and 1% convicted. This, what does it say to you?
Yeah, that the system is flawed and broken and, biased towards favoring the cops. Yeah, there's no proper system of accountability. There's no one holding the police accountable for their actions. I mean, the title said, I feel like they're protected in their own little bubble of bureaucracy and law.
And you would think that after what's happened to George Floyd, and they were under a microscope and under a microscope, right?
Yeah.
And you would think there would be some changes, right, in how their behavior and how they act, but it seemed to have amplified it. It doesn't seem that. I think it seems like more and more. It just keeps happening. So I said I wanted to talk on this because what I don't understand is why. I get it. Juneteenth is great, but I feel it's a pacifier. Could you show right? So yeah, so Juneteenth was officially made a national holiday. It's all good and great. It's wonderful, but really on the agenda, I would have felt that. Repatriations would be more important. So I just feel it's to pacify Black people. I don't know. Do you know about Juneteenth? What it means?
To celebrate the emancipation of African American slaves.
Yeah. Well, because it wasn't done on the 4th of July. That's what it was. right? It wasn't done, it was done several years later. This is when they actually were emancipated.
Okay. In 1865.
So it was a lie that they were emancipated. Well, maybe for me it was a lie because they weren't actually. It was just said, but nothing was done until I forget the year. So again, Black people have been tricked. So in the poster it says Asian gets protection and all we get is a holiday. Yeah, so basically we've just got a holiday. And Asians get protection, and we need protection from the police and all other Americans, Karens included. It's not fair that they think that our lives are a joke. And I'm saying because I know I'm not American, but I'm because they're my people.
Right. Yeah, it's. I mean, like it's such like a. How do I say it? It should be like just on the top of the list that reparations should be made for, like for essentially for everything that has been done to like the Black community. There's no justification for why there shouldn't be they shouldn't make up for the crimes that they've done in the past.
Mm-hmm.
Every life, every community, every family that's been destroyed, and also like the damage done in the African countries as well.
Yeah,
right? Because
absolutely.
So reparations not just for America.
It's around the world.
Yeah.
Around the world. It's not just because in Australia.
Right.
Right. It's all over. It's absolutely all over.
Oh yeah. Australia as well. Yeah, and even Canada too. Right.
Of course. Yeah, I understand what you mean. Yeah. So
yeah.
They give them a holiday to pacify them, right? Who are they talking to? What do they mean? Who do they think they're talking to? Is it wrong to give it? No, it's not wrong, but you give them with something else. It's not just about that.
Yeah. Is this the general attitude towards Juneteenth? Is it like positive or like?
I just can't. I don't know. I can't say that. I don't know.
Okay.
I haven't done a survey, so I'll be just pulling it out of somewhere else. So it's not. And this is just my view. I can't speak for Black people. This is something that I saw, and I guess that maybe there are some people that feel this way, but I can't give you a number or the general view.
Sure.
What I feel, and I agree with this statement.
Yeah.
It's tiring, and in the one arm, IKEA and Amazon, right? Who should know? Are giving people fried chicken and melon and all and whatever they feel Black people eat, a stereotype of Black people's food for their lunch, right? How could you not know? How could you, because it makes it all like fun and jokes. They're not taking Black people seriously at all.
Right.
I really wonder how they would feel if the shoe on the foot. I really wonder how they would feel, honestly.
It's almost like because of, and also like it's like a excuse or a pass to not have to do anything else from here on out. It's like to deal with reparations. It is. That's what I said. It's a pacifier. It's exactly what I said. It's a pacifier. Yeah. Huh. Catch.
It's nonsense. Right. Look how quickly they brought in what was it for the Asian protection? What was it called again?
No discrimination law.
Executive order. Right. Look how quickly they brought that in. What does that say about our plight? What does it say about our plight?
Yeah, it's always like if you're doing it after the fact, then it's already too late. If you have to wait until someone gets attacked or like until someone says something.
But we are being attacked. We've been being attacked from a long time.
Yeah.
Right? They've been being lynched. They've been being attacked. So to give Asian protection because something just happened because of the COVID, when Black people have been being attacked for a long time. What do you mean? And the police have a license to kill them. It's whew. Yeah. And the thing is, right, with this racism, when you think of the Olympics, you think, we get a break. But do we really? Is there really a break for us? Is there really a break for black people?
Yeah, especially with what you see, or like what you're seeing with how the Olympic Committee is treating Black athletes, right?
Yeah, it's and not just Black athletes, musicians, right? It's not just Black athletes; it's musicians too, right? And it's a Black female again. They're coming for the Black females. Let's take a look.
This past week has been a very long year. Gurrl Ocean is on fire right now. Metal straw. And that the LAPD blew up an entire residential block, then the Olympic-sized turd that is marinating across social media right now would definitely take first place for world's greatest fuck-ups. This past week, the International Swimming Federation concluded that the Soul Cap, a Black-owned brand designed to support swimmers with afros and otherwise long, thick hair, will be banned from use in the Tokyo Olympics. The reasoning is that the caps don't fit the natural form of the head.
What do you mean by that?
It makes you wonder whose head is normal and whose head is not normal according to the ISF. And who is on this committee? Franz Joseph Gall? Besides that blunder, everyone is also talking about Sha'Carri Richardson, the fastest woman in America who quite literally ran her way into the hearts of millions. The Olympics have this expectation for their athletes to represent high morals and be a good role model to their audiences. And that is exactly what Sha'Carri was doing. Black women and young Black girls everywhere were screaming her name. They saw a stylish, skilled, and sapphic Black woman break records, and this was their sign. This was their confirmation that they could do it too. Sha'Carri was on top of the world. And then everything fell apart.
Sha'Carri Richardson, the U.S. women's 100-meter champion who dominated at the Olympic trials, has tested positive for marijuana.
The 21-year-old accepting a 1-month suspension after testing positive for marijuana.
Unfortunately, this isn't randomized. With the exception of CBD, Section 8 of the World Anti-Doping Agency's rulebook strictly prohibits the use of all natural and synthetic cannabinoids, such as those found in cannabis and cannabis products, natural and synthetic THCs, and synthetic cannabinoids that mimic the effects of THC. Other athletes, such as American's golden boy Michael Phelps, has even had his run-ins with weed-related suspensions, although he was still able to perform in the Olympics because timing. Due to her positive test, Sha'Carri has been suspended for 30 days, which means she'll miss her Olympic opportunity in Tokyo, and her scores have been nullified. You can think or say what you want about Sha'Carri's actions, but at the end of the day, you have to consider the fact that she is a 21-year-old woman who has the weight of the world on her shoulders. She had to juggle that with the grief of her mother passing away, and not only did her mom pass away, but she didn't know her mom passed away until a journalist told her in the middle of a press interview. I don't care what side you're on. But I believe there's a severe lack of empathy and humanity in whichever side that chooses to vilify her for something that absolutely does not affect them in the way that it affects her. As Sha'Carri said, she's human. She just happens to run a little faster than the rest of us. But the Olympics didn't stop with the swimming caps or Sha'Carri. They went on to ban Caster Semenya, Christine Maboa, and Beatrice Mazalingi from their respective races, all because they have naturally high testosterone levels for women. Natural meaning biological. Biological meaning they aren't breaking any rules by using steroids or other performance enhancers. They were banned because they were born with something that they'd have to take drugs to change, which is ironic considering the fact that drugs are banned. I think the stories of Semenya, Maboa, Mazalingi, and I would even argue Sha'Carri all come back to one thing. Fear. Not fear of their talent or fear of their impact, but the sort of fear that stems from the deliberate act of arousing public panic. To put it simply, the IOC just checked off fear-mongering as an Olympic sport.
Yeah, we're just continuing talking about, of course, it just feels like the Olympics has just got it in for Black people. And this one is related to Japan. I can't say his name properly, and please forgive me for that. So a musician claims he was cut from the Olympic opening ceremony because he was Black. He's Senegalese, he's from Senegal. And he's a percussionist based in Japan for 20 years. So he accused the organizers of racism after he was booked and then cancelled for inclusion at the curtain raiser. So he said it's totally racist, right? He said he was told that they said, why this guy? Why this African guy? Right? Is it Olympics or is it Japanese people? Let's have a look. He said, I've seen a lot of stuff. I felt a lot of things, but this just doesn't fit with the Olympics. Why should I be silent? So Tokyo 2020 failed to respond to requests for comments from the Telegraph on the allegations on Friday. And this comes days after that joke from, what was his name, Kentaro Kobayashi, about the Holocaust.
Yeah. And there's also...
So he said, let me just read. He just said that the independent website he was booked by, and he was booked by a third party for the ceremony in December. December, right? And he was sent the rehearsal. He was sent the rehearsal schedule. This is all in April, but then eventually told by the PR company that the organizers had rejected hiring him on the basis of his African heritage. Outright, they just said it. It wasn't that he didn't guess. It wasn't like, oh, it's because I'm Black. They said it. He said he saw the rehearsal on television and realized his section of the show had also was also scrapped. They also scrapped another Senegalese musician due to appear as well as him. So there's two Black people that they scrapped. He felt really sad. He said, I'm from a small island, a slave island called Gurrl, and I lived in this country for more than 20 years, and this scandalous Olympic, it hurts. He was not trying to blame anybody. I mean, so, I wish Miki and I was here to listen to this, but I'm sure this, hopefully they'll watch it. But this is outright blatant racism, right? They did say, why him? Why an African?
Why this African guy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts?
I mean, that's racist. That's this extremely discriminatory, and it's
really
it's just,
really ever blatant like that, right?
I'm amazed that like I'm surprised that like even if they it is blatant and they know that it's racist, that they would still do it because they're doing it so like that they would think that they wouldn't get caught. So I guess that's how stupid they are.
What do you mean? They think they wouldn't? But they said it blatantly. What do you mean? Do you think that they were saying it to another Japanese person, thinking that they weren't going to say back what they said?
Is that
what you mean?
No, I'm just surprised that they're so oblivious that like they're not aware that they would get backlash for this. Like, did you not think that? Like, are you not aware that you can't say stuff like this?
Somebody doesn't care about somebody.
Yeah.
I don't even think it's about awareness. I just think that when they don't care, because they're looking they're looking at him through the eyes of a white person, right?
Yeah.
So they're viewing him as a white person would view him as nothing. And so usually white people don't get backlash back from this, right? Or do they? But white people hide their crap, right? They do it in
that's what I was trying to say, right? Like they try to.
Right.
Yeah.
So they haven't mastered that art yet. Right. That's what it is. They haven't mastered the art yet.
Art of.
It's disgusting. It's absolutely disgusting to have somebody, right, and then and then dispose of them because they're black. It's not because they're a bad musician or he's not keeping time, because you're black. Why this? Why him? Why this African? What does that mean?
I mean, I think it just goes without saying, is it? I mean, like, is it surprising to you to hear this?
No, it's not at all surprising. No. And I mean, do you know Gwen Berry? We're gonna move on. It's just that there's so much you can say because it's related to everything. It's all really the same. And the Olympics. I think they're trying. Japan does their crap, but I think the Olympics is white, and everybody's thinking it's Japan that's doing it. Japan's following the lead. Let's get that clear. That's what I believe. So Gwen Berry. They have a problem. Yeah, they have a problem with her in the US when she raised her fist.
An Olympian called Gwen Berry caused some controversy at the U.S. Olympic trials when she turned her back while the national anthem was being played. And yesterday, Congressman Dan Crenshaw joined the chorus of people saying she's got to go. I find it interesting that he's okay with all of the folks that allowed January 6th to happen, but she's got to go? Okay, call me crazy. Take a look at the clip.
We don't need any more activist athletes. She should be removed from the team. The entire point of the Olympic team is to represent the United States of America. That's the entire point. This is the pathology that occurs when we're teaching critical race theory into our institutions, because critical race theory, again, basically teaches that our institutions are racist, that our systems are deeply racist. Now, you can't see the racism, right, because it's subtle. But and if you deny it, it's because of your white fragility. But you're teaching people this constantly, and this is what it results in. It results in this in these displays of hatred towards our own country.
Sonny, can you explain what critical race theory actually is, please?
Please do, because I know it.
Well, critical race theory is something that it's a legal theory. It's taught actually in law schools. It was started by Derek Bell out of Harvard Law School, and there are courses that cover it. And it basically teaches how systemic racism does exist, and it certainly has infiltrated many of our systems, and how the law reacts or relates to that issue. It is not anti-racism by training, and I think it's very clear that what Republicans are trying to do is make that the new boogeyman, critical race theory. What they don't want people to do is learn about slavery, learn about the unfortunate, history of this country, and also learn about anti-racism. That's what this is about. It's so fascinating to me, Whoopi, as you just mentioned, that you have people like Dan Crenshaw and others that are saying that this athlete, because she is an activist athlete, something that we've seen throughout history with Muhammad Ali and Colin Kaepernick and others, that somehow they hate this country and that they should just shut up and dribble. The bottom line is the Constitution allows us to do that. And I wish I would have seen some of this energy from, Crenshaw and others when you saw Trump supporters and racists and insurrectionists storming the Capitol and threatening the lives of Capitol police officers and others.
Right.
That kind of energy would have been appreciated. And I guess the Constitution only applies when you don't want to wear your mask or when you want to buy guns or,
right.
things like that.
Right. So let me ask you, Joy, do you think what Crenshaw is saying makes any sense?
Well, protest is the very definition of patriotism. It basically is the basis of the country. They were protesting at the Tea Party, and in the 60s, the people protested the Vietnam War, which brought it to an end. And now African Americans are protesting, the fact that people do not want to face the racist past here. She's basically doing her patriotic duty by saying, I am making a point here. That's all she's doing. She's not hurting anybody.
He just came for her with absolutely no ammunition.
And this is Fox News, right? That was on Fox News.
That was the View.
No.
The guy?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I was paying attention to where he was. No, I don't know.
I think that was, that was the news.
It's a blatant right wing racist, and
it's the same with Bill O'Reilly, the same channel.
He's been gone.
Oh, he's been gone for a while.
Yeah, for his anyway, I'll let you look it up.
Okay.
Bill O'Reilly. He's been gone.
Yeah, I feel like the guy who was the white guy that was talking. He's an example of those people who care too much, who care about how the athlete is protesting rather than what they are protesting about.
That's the point on. Yeah, right on point.
So,
and that says a lot, right? That says a lot. But and the thing is for him to speak up on it, right, and think.
Right, exactly. Again,
he still
being at the table, right?
Right, it still looks good, and then start talking about. Again, you're not allowed to talk about woke. You're not allowed to talk about a critical race theory because you have no idea about what it is, right? All he shows is it is about their fragility and about them being scared of the truth being told, right? Critical race is about history, the true history. You've not been telling the truth for years, centuries. So, because a woman wants to voice her opinion in her space, right? Number one, the American anthem has nothing to do with Black people.
Apparently, there's even some racist passages in the song.
Apparently, right? But they don't sing all the song, and there's certain parts of the song that they don't sing. But it's in it. It's still part of it. Right? Again, they want to force their crap. We're not your slaves. It's over. And it's never going to go down that road again, ever. whatever way or whatever angle you try to do it or make it, they're always trying to make them the innocent one, when look, history itself shows how innocent you are and how you have the capability to twist words, to twist the truth, to try to end up looking squeaky clean.
Yeah.
That's part of your makeup. A lot of you. A big part of your makeup. I support in everything that she does. I mean, she's completely right. I mean, do you think she's wrong in what she did?
No. Yeah, I mean, like, it's like if they were attacking Colin Kaepernick, and then she's not even taking a knee anymore, and they still find something to complain about.
Yeah, and even go back as far as this one woman, Claire Lehman. I think she's a stinking Australian racist. She talked about Flojo. Do you know Flojo? Florence Griffiths Joyner. She was the fastest woman in the world. She died, and she tried to make out that she was taking drugs while she died. She tried to blacken her name. What did she say? Flojo, obvious drug user, had the nails. She died in her sleep at age 38 because that's what a life of drug use does to the body. And why is it supposed to be banned? And why it's supposed to be banned from elite sports? Then you got Holly Robertson Pete. She said, my beautiful and talented friend Florence Griffiths Joyner, also known as Flojo, died from an epileptic seizure caused by congenital vascular abnormality that caused seizures, not from drugs. You see how they come on with their lies and propaganda and act as if they've got any information. And this was her friend that came on to defend a dead woman. And did you see what that guy just did? The same thing as that woman just did to Flojo, right? Spreading propaganda. They should sue her ass. That's disinformation. They're trying. She's blackening this woman's name. She's lying on her. With what proof did she have?
How do you spell that name?
Which name? You mean Flojo?
Yeah.
Florence. There's a picture of her.
Florence. Okay.
There's a picture of her down. Can you down? Yes, there's a picture of her. She's got long red nails. She's
got it. Okay, got it.
So you can show, for people who don't know who she is.
Okay.
Yeah, she was a Olympian. She was awesome, and she made I think 100 meters, 200 meters in relay. Okay, and above, let's see what my girl said, because it's nonsense. This is complete, utter crap. I don't know who you are, but keep her name out of your lying mouth. Hashtag Flojo. Thank you, Holly Robinson Pete. This is it. This is it. This is the problem with them. And let's move on again to the bullying of Naomi Osaka. She withdrew from the French Open, as we know, right? Basically, Piers Morgan had the audacity to come for her, and he called Naomi an arrogant spoilt brat for refusing to speak to the media and withdrawing from the French Open, right? She had mental problems. When, listen to me. Number one, you take care of whatever mental thing is going on. You take care of that before you do anything.
This is it.
This is what I feel that Beresford, Alex Beresford, should really want to say in Jamaican to Dottie Pierce Morgan. I wish he had said it.
And I understand that you don't like Meghan Markle. You've made it so clear a number of times on this program, like a pussy hole. And I understand you have a personal relationship with Meghan Markle, or had one, until she cut you off. So you can keep lying about the real reason if you want to. She don't give a fuck about you since she cut you off. And it burn your blood clean. That's why you continue to trash her.
Okay, I'm done with this. No, sorry.
Go suck your mother,
Sorry.
Long time
Sorry,
ago,
get
pussy.
Sorry.
Go tell your mama and Miss Markle sorry. Feisty. Peers chat off him out on a regular basis. And we all have to sit there and listen. You see, when work done around 7, 8 o'clock tonight, I go and broke up him clot. Just watch. Anywhere me see him, just watch.
I think we need to just all take a break.
I go and break him
We'll see you in a
fucking
moment.
neck. Oh, fucking break. Cut off this blood.
Oh my gosh.
So you're talking about sport brat. What were your actions there when somebody just told you about yourself, about your smelly, froze yourself, right? What you do? Didn't you storm off like a brat? Right, but you got mouth for my girl who's got a genuine mental problem. What you got? Please, could you show Naomi in Sports Illustrated? I don't know if you know about magazines. What happens when they make I'm not versed in it, but I know it's like 6 months before it comes out, right? Mm-hmm. So she made this before all of this happened, the mental illness and her, do you know Megyn Kelly? She's another Fox racist.
Okay.
So she came for her, right? Saying how she still able to do all these swimsuits and take all these photos. And then Naomi came and said to her, if you're a journalist, then you will know that these pictures were taken 6 months or whatever before, right? And then she I can't remember what else she said, but she blocked her, right? And then Megyn, as a child, a bully came for Naomi, right? But she doesn't know who she's playing with. Because I think that because, I was saying earlier on that Naomi had, decided that she's going to go for a Japanese side, right? And play Japan. Mm-hmm. And then the black people got angry and said, that's it, you can't revoking your card, right? Your black card be revoked, right? I'm feeling that Megyn Kelly thought we ain't going to have her back. That's our thing. We can come for her, but you can't, right? I mean, I wouldn't have come for her because I'm on the fence with that, what she decided to do. I can't, it's difficult. Right? But Megyn Kelly came for Naomi Osaka. And even when Naomi Osaka blocked her, she's going, you can't, if you can't. I mean, you know what? Let me let my lady tell it better than me.
Okay, so normally you guys know I use this time to address something or someone relevant who has warranted some sort of ire from the community. However, this week I'm taking a slightly different approach and addressing someone completely irrelevant. I'm speaking, of course, about Megyn Kelly. The 50-year-old bully is trying to bulldoze her way back into relevance that only comes to women like her for being a provocateur, not for offering any type of intellectual input. Nevertheless, here we are. Why? Because the blackface connoisseur who had to apologize for ridiculously asking why it was racist for white people to wear blackface for Halloween is now going after someone who's less than half her age but has twice her intelligence. 23-year-old Naomi Osaka, who announced she would not participate in post-match conferences during the French Open and ultimately ended up leaving altogether and withdrawing from Wimbledon, citing her own mental health. Now, Kelly accused Osaka of not being genuine after the tennis star beautifully graced the covers of multiple magazines, which were, of course, shot months prior, which Osaka explained in a since-deleted tweet. Now, we reached out to Kelly's attorney for comment, but did not get a response. But when Osaka understandably blocked Kelly on Twitter, this woman said that Naomi just didn't like tough questions. Such insight from the land of the inconsequential. But also, girl, bye. First, shout out to all of you out there prioritizing your mental health, especially when dealing with someone who spews nonsense like this.
By the way, for all you kids watching at home, Santa just is white. Yeah. Jesus was a white man, too.
Okay. Second, to all you Karens watching at home, please make a list for your white Santa and pray to your white Jesus for a life. Please. Because we're out here living our best ones. Fighting on the front lines to preserve democracy, taking up space at the highest levels of government, making long overdue and necessary changes in newsrooms, winning Emmys while twirling on our haters. We come from a long line of torchbearers, lighting fires that illuminate the world and burn away chains. So it's no coincidence that Snow White and the 7 dumb takes she's had recently overwhelmingly target Black women. The amazing luminary Nikole Hannah-Jones, whom Kelly went after over the 1619 Project. The Duchess of Sussex, Meghan Markle, who Kelly said should stop whining about the treatment of baby Archie. Olympic hammer thrower Gwen Berry, who Kelly suggested be removed from the Olympics due to her protest. Kelly is really just trying to claw her way back into social relevance and into the hearts of Fox News viewers by regurgitating their favorite attacks, all while benefiting from the work that we do. We're quite used to it. But when it comes to us, sisters, stop punching above your weight. You keep asking for this smoke that you really don't want. You want to act like a high school mean girl, and you'll get treated that way. Sit down, be humble, while our left stroke keeps going viral. Let the grown women speak. You're not invited to this table. You don't have the range.
There we go. Yeah, we're tired of that. Yeah, she's just a racist. She's a racist. She's the same person that talked about blackface and said that there was nothing wrong with blackface. You ain't black. Again, they try to speak on our behalf. They invite themselves to a table that they've never been invited to. She's irrelevant. She got in trouble for this, right? Now she's trying to make herself relevant by what? By what? Like bullying? And just like she said, on the back of Black people. Because you got nothing else, you have no talent. You racist.
Megyn Kelly.
Mm-hmm.
She's on Fox News.
No, not anymore. And she had her own show as well, and it's been scrapped because of her racism. She couldn't keep it in. It kept flying out her mouth like a bones. A skeleton flying out of her mouth. So she couldn't help it. She couldn't help herself because the racism is so deep rooted, and she couldn't help it. Yeah, but they know who to come for. But you know what? We got their back. We got their back.
Yeah, I stay away from Fox News with like a 10-foot pole.
Yeah, but the thing is, she came for Naomi Osaka, right? Yeah, you can stay away from them, but they're coming for you. They're coming in your lane and in your table, right? And on your train, and on your seat, and on your sofa. They're coming for you with their Karens and their Kens and the Darens. What's wrong with Karen? The Darens and the Karens. Back way off her. That says it all. That absolutely says it all. On the backs. On the backs. And talking about on the backs of Black people. Did you hear about, do you know the Black TikTokers strike? Have you heard about it?
Black, so is it because a lot of white girls mostly are copying?
Yeah, so you've heard of it, right? It's not just white girls, it's white men too, white boys. It's so that because they're not being, it's not because they're just copying, it's because they're not being praised for what they've done. Their stuff is going viral with a white person stealing it. Right? And you know what? This is something that is not new. It's been here. It's been, everything that we do has been stopped. Remember when I said to you, when I talked about the movie Dreamgirls, and then you hear the Eddie Murphy character singing, "Got me a cat," Yeah, hoo, hoo, and then you see the white version because I stole it, right? And it was "Got me a Cadillac, Cadillac, Cadillac," right? They whiteified it, right? So, or let's take that back. They diluted it, right?
Yeah.
It got me a Cadillac, right? And that's what it was, And then they really diluted it down, and that's one example of what is stealing, right? I mean, Jack Daniels, we found out there was a black man that invented it. So many things that they've stolen and claim to be theirs, right? I wouldn't be able to do that because I wouldn't feel good with me to take my invention, but it's fine. It seems to be fine with some of them. So the black TikTokers go on strike, right? And it's just crazy. Let's take a look at it.
Over the weekend, several black women TikTok creators announced that they were going on strike. They were refusing to choreograph a dance for Megan Thee Stallion's new single, Thought. Previously, black women TikTokers like Jalea Harmon and Kiara Wilson created viral dances to songs like K Camp's Renegade or Meg Thee Stallion's Savage remix. However, the black women who created these dances were often uncompensated and uncredited for their work, as white social media stars like Addison Rae stole their work and performed inferior versions on a national stage. Black TikTokers' refusal to have their work and culture appropriated taps into a larger history of white capitalists profiting off the unpaid labor of black Americans. Thanks to racist stereotypes like the mammy that date back to slavery, white people often incorrectly believe that they are entitled to black people's creativity simply because they claim to appreciate black culture. However, a white person saying that they appreciate black culture without taking tangible steps to empower black creators is still racist. White people's racism in this situation comes from a sense of entitlement and self-centeredness that were crucial parts of violent systems like slavery and colonialism. When white people believe they automatically have the right to access, study, and emulate black culture for their own benefit, they are choosing to be ignorant of the ways that their appropriation of black culture could be emotionally traumatizing or financially harmful to black people. Before colonizing the artistic and intellectual work of black people, white people should ask themselves questions such as, how can I contribute to this black person's well-being? Am I studying this work for the explicit purpose of black liberation? Or are my motives fundamentally selfish? Unfortunately, we can't confront the problem of white people stealing black culture until we restrict their access to it.
I never thought I'd live to see the day that we actually go through with it and see just how much some of y'all need us, especially with making dances that y'all can rip off and say that y'all created it.
I don't ever want to hear another white woman ever say that TikTok dances and TikTok trends aren't entirely stolen from black women, because a black woman has yet to give a dance to this song. And hear me out. Megan says, hands on my knees, shaking ass on my thought shit. And the white women said, the instructions are right there.
We're not making a dance for thought shit. Sorry, we're not making a dance for it. We just gonna let them keep flailing.
I want to hear, because you're a dancer, I really want to hear your comment on this. I want to know what you think, your opinion. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, no, I totally agree, because like as a breaker, you have to, part of being a breaker is learning about the history and the culture, and that's like your duty as a breaker. So, that's why I'm that's part of the reason why I'm doing this podcast. That's why the reason why I'm trying to provide a platform, for voices to be heard, and to amplify those voices. And I'm trying, that's why for me, it's important to not just do the dance, but to learn the history and to always recognize that, like where it came from. And always kind of like realizing that I'm coming here as, I guess, a guest into this dance and culture. And I guess like not waiting, but like taking, how do I say this? Like, taking steps, like proactively making sure that people, like when you present your dance, that, whoever you present it to, that they know that like you are representing, the Black community, the origins of this dance that comes from the Black community. So for example, when I teach breaking, I'm not just like to students or people who want to learn in my class. I'm not just teaching the dance. I always try to include about the history. It's like where it came from, who the creators of the dance. So I find that just as important as teaching the moves, like the dance moves. I'm not just going to teach you a windmill or a six step, but like, and like the music, for example, right? The music is obviously embedded in the culture and the social fabric of that certain time of when it was created. So it's important for me to like, when I'm like learning about being a breaker, when I'm trying to get better as a breaker, part of that job is to learn about the history and the culture of when that music was created. So that really helps for me to capture the feeling or understand the song better. If it's a funk song, it's like, why is it funk? If it's a hip hop song, like, yeah. So that's what being a breaker has taught me. It's taught me that like what we just watched in the video, it's like you kind of have to put in, if you're gonna use Black art forms, then you should put in the work to empower, like to give back to the culture. That if you're gonna use
TikTok has a big part in this. TikTok has a big part in this because they only what's the word I'm looking for? They only promote the white TikTokers, even though knowing that they stole the dances, right? And
like TikTok as an app promotes it. Who's
yeah? So for
like
example,
an algorithm.
I don't know how it works, but I'm just talking in very simple terms. So I'm just saying in simple terms. I don't know what the real technical terms are, but I'm just saying it in a simple term. So that I understand it, so I can explain it, right? So TikTok are aware of that the dances have been stolen, and they're not helping to credit the Black people, and it's not being fair because there is another video that tells you where but I suggest that you look it up as well. The people that create these dances will only get like a few views or
followers. Okay.
And for their same dance on another white TikTokers, there's millions of views, right?
Yeah.
So, and when TikTokers have complained about it, they've either been blocked or been moved off the right. That is something to show. I think that we could maybe share, but maybe not today. But it's the same. It's the same craft what they've always been doing. Right, TikTok is owned by a Chinese company, to my knowledge. Right, so again, another Asian thing, right? And then we have Jimmy Fallon, the Jimmy Fallon Show, who is do your research, right? And for me, having the original TikTokers on the show afterwards too, because they complained about, did you really not know? This is how they play the game always, right? Jimmy Fallon is a friend to lots of Black people, but why did you do that?
Yeah, there's that really famous one.
You really didn't know? You really didn't know that the dance was stolen? You got one girl to come on there and do someone else's dance? You really didn't know, but because you let these other people come, the real creators come on, you think you got a pass? I would still be mad at you because I believe you know what, because this is the same tactics that you've always used for centuries when you steal from black people. It's the same tactics, and now you go, oh, I didn't know. How you didn't know? Really? How you didn't know the dances that she was doing? Really, you didn't know that was stolen? How could you not know? And why did you not research? The only reason why you let them back on because there's a big uproar, right? You don't want to lose your clients because maybe a lot of the clients a lot of your viewers are black people. But you already crossed the line as far as I'm concerned. You already crossed the line.
Yeah.
Not many people come from. Not many people. I haven't seen many people come from, but that's what they need to come for too. And the girl. Because she could have declared, no, I'm not the content creator. I just, I'm using what they've used. But she took a lying, stealing ass on the show and going on like it's hers. But I don't know what I'm moving for, like I know anything. I don't know. I'm doing good. But anyway, it's I'm tired of it.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember watching a Jimmy Fallon episode, and there was that famous TikTok dancer, like the young girl, Charlie.
The white girl, or the black girl.
The white girl. She was on the show.
That's the one. That's the one.
Yeah,
none of the dances were hers.
Yeah. Are you on TikTok?
No, I don't know how to use it. I have no idea. I don't know. I don't know how to use it. You on TikTok? I thought you said you were on. Yeah, we talked about it before. No, yeah, Kwan. I just think that this is what is always being done when black people create things. It's people they just listen. They're no different from how they colonize the continent of Africa and all of the countries that they've gone to. So what they do, it's the same thing. They steal. They just take what they take. They just take. And don't think about it. How can you just take and not think about it? How can you take somebody else's work? Because I can't imagine doing that because I wouldn't feel good about taking someone else's stuff and claiming it as mine because it's not really mine.
Yeah. It's I see it like in breaking, right? Because like whenever I see people like do breaking, they always bring in like that, I guess like that black energy, right? And it's like they're trying hard to imitate like that suave and that flavor and that style, but it's like the whole point of the dance is that you're representing yourself. You're not trying to take someone else's style. So I see that as well in dance, and I feel like as a breaker, I feel like I don't see as much recognition of like black culture and the history and the roots as I should.
Yeah.
I just see people just I guess profiting from the dance.
It's the same as TikTok. It's the same thing as but it's just TikTok.
Yeah.
Right. So you're saying exactly in breakdancing because when I went to US and I saw the breakdancers and I was like, where are the black people?
Right, they're all Asian, right?
White.
Oh, white.
White and a few Asian.
Okay.
And I'm like, but I'm not watching it because it's not any of your culture. Right. And there are black dancers in USJ. Right. There are a lot of black dancers. So why are these dancers white and Asian only? This is a black culture thing. It's about the culture. The music's about the culture. Why? I don't understand. I'm not saying that you can't do it, but why are you making it like it's not something that's come from black culture?
Yeah.
Right? It's like going shopping without money. That's what they do. They go shopping in the black culture and take what they want for free. Right? Can you imagine going into, I don't know, to Life's supermarket and go, I love this and I'll take that and I'll take that and I'll take that and walk out. Thank you so much for sharing your culture with me or your shop with me and walking out. Black people, you need to keep other things to yourself and stop teaching them anything.
You start keeping a tab.
No, because regardless whether you charge them, it's still going to be stolen as if it's theirs, right?
Yeah.
Stop teaching any of our skills and our creativity. We keep it to ourselves and we do it by ourselves. Same with singing, same with dancing, same with whatever else that they steal, which is many things: hair, makeup,
clothing,
that we create.
fashion.
Yes, fashion, the style, right? So
definitely with like hip hop dressing in Japan, that's like big, right?
I feel that in Japan they recognize the culture. When I see hip hoppers in Japan, they always talk to me, right? And I feel a relationship with them because they want to know that, hey, how you doing, sister? You know, they talk to me. And I feel a respect from them. And for me, you feel it. Do you understand? I don't feel it from a white because they're looking down the nose at me like they're better than me. I'm not. You stole it though. But it's stolen. Excuse me. And we're going back to the same theme as when you do stuff like this to Black people, Jimmy Fallon included. Right. You ain't no friend of Black people. Black people, wake up. Because for you to do that, you knew that this girl, this was not hers. But what you want to do, you want to lift up a white girl on the backs of Black people. And whoever else would love Jimmy Fallon, come for me. I don't care because I'm telling this truth. Because you knew what you were doing. This is not isolated. It's been going on for centuries upon centuries. You steal from us. And have continued to do so without stopping. And you were helping another white girl get a fame of the Black, and then Black people spoke out. And you decided that you're gonna have them on the show. I don't know. I don't care. No, right? Jimmy Fallon is big business. How the hell are you not going to do your research on this? Come on. I don't believe that for one
negligence
moment. There's a brief history of Blatant Thievery, Black TikTok.
Yeah.
I think it's really important to show it because it's we're tired of this crap, man. I mean, I'm not a TikToker, but I'm relating to it because of when I was growing up, and you know, it was the music and the dance, because you know I was around with hip hop and stuff. I used to you know dance with my crew, right? I'm not a break dancer, right? But I used to dance and do different things. But yeah, it's something that's it's been consistent and never stopped. Let's go ahead.
Black TikTok creators are not feeling the love, so they're striking.
They're the viral dances.
Everybody is just kind of scratching their heads, looking and watching these train wrecks.
But at the time, no one was crediting the dance's creator, Jalea Harmon, then just 14 years old.
Hi. Black TikTok is on strike. Welcome. Hey. I'm Taylor Cassidy. TikTok is on strike, and by that I mean the choreographers and Black creators that have been carrying this app on their back since the beginning are refusing to give a dance to Megan Thee Stallion's new poppin' song Thought Girl shit for another white creator to steal. How do we know they're on strike? Because white people do not know what to do when a Black creator doesn't give them a trend to copy it off of. Evidence. What are they doing? Black creators are sick of creating these bomb dances that take time, energy, and intellect to create just to have another creator not give them credit for it, but also reap the success, the brand deals, the exposure from it, and then they're like tucked away like, oh, if I at you in my caption, then that's enough. It's not enough anymore. Now, this phenomenon has been going on for a while, and it is not new. Surprise, surprise. So if you're somehow still confused as to why Black people need the same amount of success and benefits that come to these white creators,
Why are you still confused? Because I can't help you at this point, but I'm still going to give you history anyway. My opinion and my analysis of this is biased because I am black. I don't know if you could tell. Because of that, we're following the triple B method. Biased but believable, entirely made up by me. Let's get started. Guess how long white people have been stealing from black people? A long damn time. Let's start out with minstrelsy, which was a little after they just came off the extreme of actually stealing black people. That's a different topic. Minstrelsy is the performance of performers putting on blackface, dancing very poorly. I've talked about this more in the past. One man who really popularized it, his name was, you know what? I don't even feel like remembering his name. Let's call him Stupid Head. So Stupid Head one day saw a man who was disabled and he was black. I think the story goes that he was playing an instrument, like just singing along to it. And so Stupid Head basically saw like the disabled man's movements and was like, "Oh, disabled man? No, that's how all black people are. I'm gonna make money off of this." And he basically took his movements and exaggerated them and characterized them into a character called Jim Crow. Sound familiar? Yeah, Jim Crow just captivated white audiences. They were like, wow, this is art, masterpiece. This is how all black people are. They ate that shit up. But basically, blackface later, cultural appropriation, and then more cultural appropriation in between. And a bunch of pop culture moments later, we come to a very specific movie that basically sums up this entire video, and that movie is Bring It On. Bring It On is a franchise about these two cheerleading teams going to compete to get a high school trophy, because what else they gotta do? One of the teams, which is the Toros, but they find out that their old choreographer that kept on giving them these big wins every year at this championship stole her choreography from a black high school. And so whenever they went over there and found that out, obviously the black girls spotted them and came out and they were like, yo, why are you up in here stealing our routines again? The line I want to talk about is from Gabrielle Union's character, where she's talking to them and she says, every time we get some, here y'all come trying to steal it and put blonde hair on it, calling it something different. And that's basically what cultural appropriation is. I need some chapstick before I go on and talk about this. Okay. Y'all remember that one? Y'all know that one app? It's called TikTok. Oh no, wait. TikTok's her street name. Her government name is Musical.ly. Y'all haven't heard that in a while, huh? But Musical.ly was a hub for black creators to create these viral dances. Like, do y'all remember Rolex? Rolly with a dapper. And then there was another one where it went like this. Okay. I can only stand so much 2016 for one night. So these black creators created all of these dances and all these trends on Musical.ly and basically carried Musical.ly on her back. And that did not stop once the app got changed to TikTok. But this time, it was a little different. The app started skyrocketing into fame from the very beginning. And something really odd was happening when specific users who were honestly just like having fun with the app were getting insurmountable amounts of numbers and followers and likes that nobody's ever really seen before this quickly, and just going straight into fame, straight into a career. And a lot of them did it through dancing. Now, am I clowning these creators for dancing and just doing stuff that they thought was fun? Absolutely not. What I am criticizing is the systems that they benefited from and the paths and opportunities that they got from it. Because underneath there are creators, versatile people that work hard and don't get those kinds of opportunities. One of the first dances that honestly gained the largest amount of popularity that I have seen like a dance gain was Renegade. Please, do I even need to I'm not even gonna... Y'all know this dance. Renegade was like the dance to learn for months. And it was mostly popularized by, once again, these like big users that were like doing these dances. And y'all better please like and subscribe and comment on this video, because my FYP is messed up from looking up these videos, and now I'm on straight TikTok. So thank you for that. Girl, why are you so angry about it? It'll turn back. What is my light doing? These creators were getting really big from doing this renegade dance. Even I learned like the simplified version of this dance, and then come to damn near find out this dance was not only created by somebody else who wasn't getting the amount of like success and opportunities from it. It's a dancer and choreographer who's black, and the people who benefited from her choreo watered her choreo down like it was too hard to do. And these creators, some of them are actual dancers. So you think, hey, maybe I can learn a little bit more time to learn this choreo, but no, they said, oh, it's too hard, let me water it down and not give her credit for it. Someone called the wrong number, because I don't give that kind of service here. Call HR. So obviously, Black TikTok went crazy. We're like, this is wrong. And Jalea wasn't getting any of this credit until somebody brought it up. We were like, how can we not get this to happen again? So we started holding creators accountable. If you're gonna do this dance, this is us at TikTok gunpoint. I hope this doesn't get demonetized, even though I don't get money from these anyway. What's like the black equivalent of the gun? Like I'm about to slap you upside the head? Okay, if you're gonna do this dance, you better at the creator, because we know you get literally millions of people watching this dance. They better know where it came from. So why do it keep happening? Why do we keep seeing whenever we go onto like the trends song or the trends page and we have to scroll to find one POC, nevertheless a black creator, nevertheless the creator of the dance that everybody is doing? We keep seeing it. Here are some examples if you don't believe me. The dance that came with the song by Cardi B, Up, was created by Maya Johnson and Chris Cotter, I think is how you pronounce it. Immaculate, do you see this? Oh my gosh, the drip baby. You know what happened? Not only were they not given proper credit, but Addison Rae, another creator on the platform, went on Jimmy Fallon and did not only this dance, but a vast amount of TikTok dances, most of which were created by black creators who weren't credited, and did it for Jimmy Fallon in his... I don't even know how many people watch Jimmy Fallon. Did these dances and became the was acting as the face for these dances. The problem with that is because she gets all of the benefits for something she did not create. Can't Touch This. The Can't Touch This dance made by Thaddeus Coates. And let me tell this, oh my gosh, y'all. This is making me mad. By Thaddeus Coates, he made this dance that got 7 million videos. Do the calculations in your head right now. 7 million videos, and if you go and find his original video that he posted the actual dance to, it has less than 1,000 likes on it. Now, I'm not saying this because of like, oh, his engagement, whatnot. No, that's not the point I'm trying to make. It's that he was never credited, and he has a platform. Like, he is a very successful artist and model, and he still didn't get this credit. And you know what? This wasn't enough, so I actually called him up to get more of his input on this. You had a dance for TikTok and it went viral. So tell me the story of that and like what happened.
I was on the roof during the pandemic and I was dancing. I was dancing every day. This is before like I had like a TikTok following, because I was just dancing, just having fun. It doesn't do really well, so I just deleted it. Then I re-upload my dance again, and this time I keep it up there, and I don't really like, get any buzz. There's no traction. And then I'm like on my For You page, and I see one guy doing the dance that I made. Very specifically, he was a black creator, and I was like, oh my gosh, this is my dance. And he was like, oh my gosh, I didn't know this was your dance. I saw so-and-so doing it. Then I watched it grow from like out of nowhere, like the resurgence of like my dance. And so then I was like, no, this isn't real. Then I went to like the sound. I was like, oh, people are really doing my dance. I was actually really happy. And I was like, oh wait, but nobody's crediting me, so nobody knows it came from me. And I remember seeing Addison Rae do it, and I was like, Addison, like what's going on? And so then I went to Twitter and I posted it. And then people started to like rally because of Black Twitter, and I was just like, yeah. And I seen Charli D'Amelio doing my dance along with it was like a medley of dances, and she was doing it on Jimmy Fallon. And I was like, I live in New York. I could easily, hop, skip, and jump down to the, channel and do my thing. Like, what's up? Call me. I think J-Lo did my dance. Chris Brown and Tiger did my dance. Like, the whole Dwayne Wade family, Gabrielle Union, everybody did it. And I'm just like, okay.
You couldn't get credit.
It really discouraged me from creating any more like original dance content for TikTok.
You've known about like dances being stolen before. How did it feel whenever it happened to you?
I like immediately text my friend. I remember white creators in general. like to water down content. So I remember texting, I was like, this is my dance, right? And they were like, yeah, are you gonna say anything about it? I was like, you know me, I'm going to say something about it.
So Black TikTok, whenever Megan Thee Stallion's Fuck Girl shit came out, we were like, no, we're not doing this again. Y'all are left to your own devices. Swim in the water without floaties, baby. Because we're not providing them. That's what's going on TikTok right now. I believe that this happens because our society still sees these amazing dances, but still craves to see watch my hands because this is not my opinion, a more brandable face or a more commercial face. They see an amazing dance and they slap a white face on it, or they slap a white body on it and push it out onto a talk show stage. And that's what happens because that's where the money is. And so for us to continue and progress in the future, instead of trying to clean up mistakes and like put a little at in the comments and not even in the caption after you make this mistake and everybody cancels you and comes for you, I believe that all of the clout, all of the opportunities, all of the brand deals and commercials and talk show meetings and all of that should go to the originators and the makers, which I feel like I shouldn't have to be saying this in the first place. I'm trying to think of an example. Let me think of an example. How would y'all feel if Tyler the Creator's new album, Call Me When You Get Lost, how would y'all feel if Call Me When You Get Lost came out, which it did come out, and it's a bomb album, you should go listen to it, and a white artist saw that and recreated it, literally the exact same kind of album, but all he did was each of the songs' names, he put it in lowercase. You know how Tyler the Creator does most of his songs in like uppercase? All he did was put it in lowercase. And he got like 20 Grammys for it. How would y'all feel? We need to give these creators the bread, the money, the career, the agency, the management, the commercialization, the acting opportunities, the flight to LA, the flight to New York, pay for their mama's houses, reparations, baby, freedom, we woke, forget your white name, take on an Africana name. Okay, I'm done. Stop. In conclusion, don't be a Toro. Go Clovers. Thank you guys so much for watching this video and educating, not the microphone, and educating yourselves on this. Go like and go follow a new Black creator. Here are some you can follow right now. And me. You can follow me too if you want to. Please comment below your thoughts on this. I'd love to talk about it with you. I think it's a really interesting topic. And the more we talk about it, the more we can hope to see change on this. Like this video. It really, really helps me out. I'll see you guys later. It's almost midnight. Good night.
You should go ahead and like the video too, because she's good and she explained it really simply and easily so we can understand. And like I said to you, it's no change since it was singing. When I was growing up, it was singing and the hip hop dancing that would be stolen. Or in the movies, they would throw a white girl in. Right, when there was plenty of black girls that could join, I remember break dancing. Was it called break dancing? Where they threw that white girl in that couldn't even dance.
Yeah. For me, like I definitely feel like even just at like breaking jams, it would be nice to have a bit more. I don't know if you've ever been to like a breakdancing jam, but like it's always just like a lot of people complain about this, but they complain that it's becoming too competition heavy. Breakers just go, they compete, they try to win, and that's basically it. And it's losing its cultural roots, it's losing the hip-hop roots. A lot of dancers, if they lose, they don't make it past like prelims, or they lose like after like the quarterfinals or something, they would just leave the event, right?
But
so it's like
hip hop is a challenge. It was instead of fighting, they were challenging, right? That's what breakdancing was about. So what are they talking about? It is a contest about who is the better one, right?
Yeah. But the thing is, like, it's like they don't even stay to just enjoy the jam and the people and the culture,
and make friends and learn
and the music, for example. Exactly. They're not even there to dance in the circles, for example, during like the intermissions or whatnot. So it's like, why are you in this dance if you don't want to be in the culture, if you don't want to learn about it? And so and that's like happening a lot in breaking, and like breaking jams are getting bigger and bigger. It's going to be in the Olympics in 2024.
Can you look up that part in Dreamgirls? I want you to show it, right? The difference in the, because it's everything about what they've been talking about. Okay, I'm looking for it now.
What would it?
Dreamgirls, the movie, and the Cadillac car.
Oh, okay. I think I can find it. Okay. Maybe this is
Cadillac car. Got me a Cadillac car. Thievery.
Okay, I think I found something.
Understand what I'm talking about?
Straight up
Yes, that's an example of a TikTok thievery. Right?
Yeah.
Been around. It's been, and this, the catalog is in the 60s. It's been around, like the girl said already, from Jim Crow, that was stolen, right? So this is just an example of what we're talking about. It's that it's blatantly stolen. It's stolen. Right.
Yeah.
And like I said, it's because it's that entitlement that they have, that they go around the country and just take what they want. And they say that, oh, that was our ancestors, but you still have that, and that's what you still do. There ain't no difference.
Yeah.
Right? How is there a difference? You still think that you can take what you want and lie about stuff, right? Jimmy Fallon, I really liked him, but not anymore. I don't like nonsense like this, because there is no excuse, and there's no reason for you not to know, because you know. Right. I mean, the cancel culture stuff, I don't know how that works, but for me, I will never watch him again. I will never, because it's nonsense. You're not really our friends. You're not really that for us. That is not somebody that really likes black people, right?
Yeah, I don't really watch Jimmy Fallon. I mean, like,
right. I like to, it was comical and makes me laugh with stuff like that. But again, it's a pacifier and a secret, and it's. Why would you do that? Wouldn't you investigate it? Come on, how could you not know? It's not even how could you do that. It's that's what you guys do, right? But how could you think you were going to get away with it? Really?
So would you cancel?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I would let you finish it. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I don't like that's nonsense. And then what to pacify them, you put on the real. No, you should be ashamed of yourself. Right? Because this is again, like I said to you, this is nothing new. And I know that you know. I know that you know that TikTok is the dances of black, because he always does a lot of black things, right? Were created by black people, right? So I know you know. And if I'm wrong, I'll put my hand up. But I can't understand that you don't know. And I'm all the way in Japan. How I know?
Yeah.
You understand where I'm coming from? And he's in New York. He's in New York. How you don't know? Please miss me with that.
Yeah. All it takes is just asking.
Rubbish BS.
Yeah.
We're too forgiving. He knew what he was doing. Making a white girl a star out of on black people's backs. That cut it with me. It's unforgivable because it's not new. It's not new.
Has he made any response to this?
They put the original people on his show.
Okay. Oh, really?
Yeah, the original creators. He put them on the show.
Oh.
That's enough for stuff. That's what you did in the first place.
Yeah.
Right? You just got pulled. Right? You just got called on the thievery, promoting thievery.
Okay, only until he got Right.
So please miss me with that load of seriously. Yeah. Right? It's privileged people that does this crap. Because it's privilege and entitled people that do this stuff. I want to end this with the last two videos about white privilege and about really telling the truth about how things are.
We learned your French. We learned your English, your Spanish, your Dutch, your Portuguese, your German. You learned our nothing. You called us stupid. That's white privilege. And I'm sure it probably hurts for you to hear those two words, kind of like gunshots and explosions from those commissioned to protect you whisking past your ears. What is white privilege? It is the acceptance of bombs over Baghdad, but not over Boston. It is European history being taught as a major and African as an elective. It is learning about my people only 28 days. Like, I'm not black every fucking second. It is every white boy want to fuck my brains out, not because I'm pretty, but because I'm pretty for a black girl. It is people saying that black people destroyed neighborhoods, but forgetting that white people have destroyed continents. It is every time. Is every time I bring up my plight, some white man has to tell me that I'm crazy, but is kind enough to praise my English or say that we're all given the same opportunities, even though he has a family history of wealth, and I don't even know my family history at all. It is everyone who hears this poem dismisses all this truth I just spit as reverse racism. That is white privilege. Thank you.
Do you believe that? Do you believe all white people are inherently racist?
So, I don't know if you're backing me into a corner with that question, but yes, I do.
All right. First of all, I want to start off by saying the audacity of this white woman to even ask such a question. They were having a dialogue about critical race theory, and she just threw this question in there. But since she did, let's get at it. This type of question is like asking, are all people inherently thieves? A lot of people will say, I've never stole a thing in my life. But then the question has to be asked, have you ever been put in a circumstance that strips you down to the core of who you are? Like, would you steal if you were starving? Or have your children ever been hungry? Your answers change based off of things like that. Well, the legacy of white supremacy has created a world that white people don't have to be racist in today. This is why it's so crazy when you run into somebody who actually is racist. It's like, you guys won and got away with everything. What are you mad about? What are you tripping about? Follow the language. Wherever you find their language, you will most likely find the most brutal forms of rape, torture, murder, pedophilia, slavery, deception, etc. How many Africans do you have speaking French, but they're not from France? Go all through South America, you'll run into black, brown, and red people who are speaking Spanish and they're not from Spain. Ask the Congolese people what happened when they came into contact with the white folks coming out of Belgium. Over 10 to 15 million of them murdered, mutilated, killed, children's body parts being hung up in the middle of the streets to make an example of who's in power there. Go to Brazil and see original people speaking Portuguese, but they're not from Portugal. Ask the Aborigines what happened when they came into contact with white folks in Australia. Hell, I'm speaking English right now, and ask the African and the Native Americans what happened when we came into contact with the English. Go to Bermuda and watch the Queen of England on their money, etc., etc., etc. The same story. Different countries with different white folks who all woke up with the same idea to go around the world and brutalize indigenous people. So the barbaric whites come in and take everything, and then the good whites come behind and drink tea and treat you right? Maybe you don't have to show inherent racism because you inherited a legacy of racism that affords you the privilege to not have to be racist. Yeah, it's easy to be nice when 91% of nuclear warheads is owned by Russia and America. How we all act when Africa is a superpower with weapons of mass destruction like every other independent nation? Because ain't nothing more dangerous or racist than a scared white person. Could you trust a nigga with a trigger? I do believe that there are solid white folks in this climate who may want better for all. White people today have the chance to show a better face through action. not through lying about history, like how public school taught me that the first president, George Washington, never told a lie and then skipped over all the slaves that he owned. Bottom line, our days of trying to figure out if there are some good white folks, those days are over. Our only job is to produce independent culture that empowers us, that protects us, and that makes us less vulnerable to every damn thing.
Let's drop a bomb right there.
Yeah, man, that was just like, it just flowed like a river.
Yeah, I couldn't say any better than that because we're tired. We're tired of it. And I see, we just want to be left alone. Leave us alone. Do your thing.
Yeah.
Stop stealing from us. Stop killing us. Stop interfering with us. Mind your business. There's a thing I saw on Facebook, and it was about black people. We're trying to just get on and do our thing. And we don't feel alone.
When you're black, you're never really lonely because there will always be a white person all up in your business. When you're black, you're never really lonely because there will always be a white person all up in your business. When you're black, you're never really lonely because there will always be a white person all up in your business. When you're black, you're never really lonely because there will always be a white person all up in your business. When you're black, you're never really lonely because there will always be a white person all up in your business.
It's just the same thing, but
when you're black, you're never really lonely because there will always be a white person all up in your business.
I'm dead.
When you're black, you're never really lonely because there will always be a white person all up in your business. When you're black, you're never really lonely because there will always be a white person all up in your business. When you're black, you're never really lonely because there will always be a white person all up in your business. When you're black, you're never really lonely because there will always be a white person all up in your business.
Look at this in blatant entitlement. They can do whatever they want to do, right?
When you're black, you're never really lonely because there will always be a white person all up in your business. When you're black, you're never really lonely because there will always be a white person all up in your business. When you're black, you're never really lonely because there will always be a white person all up in your business. When you're black, you're never really lonely because there will always be a white person all up in your business.
You like my Miata? I like your wig. I like your wig, girl.
When you're black, you're never really lonely because there will always be a white person all up in your business. When you're black, you're never really lonely because there will always be a white person all up in your business. When you're black, you're never really lonely because there will always be a white person all up in your business. When you're black, you're never really lonely because there will always be a white person all up in your business. When you're black, you're never really lonely because there will always be a white person all up in your business. When you're black, you're never really lonely because there will always be a white person all up in your business.
Should we do the karma? Should we do the karma of the day then before we leave?
Oh my gosh.
The karma of the day. The karma of the day. Oh my eyes! Why my eyes are watering? I'm laughing so much.
That was good.
Can you see the karma of the day? Where is it gone? Yeah, it says black people pull up on a racist who the police enabled to verbally attack a black man.
In Mount Laurel, New Jersey, several residents are calling it the best arrest ever. Edward Cagney Matthews in the blue t-shirt faces charges of bias, intimidation, and harassment. Neighbors say the 45-year-old has been shouting racial slurs and threatening black people for years. Most recently, he was caught doing it on camera to that man on the right.
Don't talk to me, nigger. Fucking bastard. That's right. Yeah, my parents are both dead. Yeah, what the fuck?
And Matthews at one point appeared to spit on him.
White monkey. Motherfucker.
Right. You're right.
Get the fuck out of here.
Jared,
walk away.
Learn your laws.
Walk away.
It's not Africa.
Oh, this is Africa.
I
was born in America.
Well, then you know what's common ground. What's common ground?
And I don't give a shit about you. You can't
give a shit
about shit. Go out, go back to your house, go walk your dog, go do your shit.
Even after a police officer arrived, the racist bile continued.
I'm gonna let you do your thing. Go talk to these fucking niggers. Go ahead. Fuck you. Go talk to the niggers. Let them know what I'm all about and what their fucking rights they have.
All right. You want to go back to your house? I'll come back to you.
No, I'll stay right here. It's common property.
Okay.
Have a nice night.
You guys from 1101?
Oh yeah.
This incident happened the Friday of July 4th weekend. The video spread throughout the community and police arrested Matthews the following Monday. The local police chief said the department was familiar with Matthews from previous complaints, but that in past cases, a lot of the evidence was circumstantial. The chief said until now, police were either not able to find probable cause to file charges or the charges were dismissed in court. The video, of course, changed that. Still, one can understand why residents of Mount Laurel were so fed up with Matthews and so frustrated with police. It should not take a clear and compelling video to get law enforcement to take action. Some residents pointed out the cop who responded to Matthews in the video was almost friendly, and that Matthews was comfortable enough to verbally assault the victim in the cop's presence.
Go talk to these fucking niggers. Go ahead. Fuck you. Go talk to the niggers. Let them know what I'm all about and what their fucking rights they have.
Would a black man who had assaulted a white victim be given such calm and friendly treatment by a responding police officer? The double standard seems clear. As for Edward Cagney Matthews, he now faces a series of court hearings and could end up getting sentenced to jail. Reached by a local newspaper, he has now apologized for his behavior, saying he had been drunk. Quote, I certainly wasn't expecting an encounter like that and certainly wasn't expecting to disrespect anybody. Let me be clear, that is no excuse for what I said, but I lost my temper. Sometimes people's true feelings and biases come out when they are drunk, and clearly Edward Cagney Matthews is a racist. Thank goodness somebody had the presence of mind to video record him. It's a reminder there are plenty of vile, threatening people out there. And even if we can only identify them one video at a time, so be it. Justice can be served.
Yeah, he said a lot more than that. He was saying that he's not a racist and blah, 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 and all this rubbish, right? This is karma. He told the people, he said, this is my address. They missed that out in the video. This is my address. This is where I live. You come and, yeah, come find me. And the people pulled up. You saw that crowd of people? They pulled up. They pulled up and he's shitting his pants and the police have to escort him out. Yeah, yes. That's what happened. You told them to pull up and they pulled up and you nearly wet your pants. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Another month. And school is breaking up for the semester. I just want to sleep. Was that you I was saying the other day? I said I want to sleep for a whole week. Was that you I was talking to?
I don't think so.
Was that you know? Anyway, a whole week? Oh yeah, I don't want to wake up. I just want to sleep for that one whole week so I can get my energy back.
Yeah, I will probably do that after I get my vaccine shot.
Yeah. Do you get time off for you in the summer? You got O1? Do you get O1?
I don't think no. I don't think so.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's not like a company.
All right. Well, thank you again as well, and it's great to have Miki and Noah.
Noah.
I think
there's too many times where you said.
Yeah, but she didn't mind because that's her pet name. That's not a real name. It's a pet name we've got for her. So yeah, we call it Aya. So yeah, it was wonderful, and they both had a lot of important and interesting things to say. I like that they wrote down stuff about what they wanted to say and what they saw from the video.
Yeah.
I'd love to have them back again. It was awesome to have them.
It was really cool. Like she was like a true student. Like I could really tell she must have been a really great student. Yeah.
She's still a good student. She's doing another second degree.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah. She's awesome. She's very studious.
Nice.
But it's not about being a student. That's just who she is. At the end of the day, right? It's I think it's part of her character, and that's awesome. To take notes so that she can express herself and Yeah, I'm really glad that. I mean, because it's really challenging for Japanese people to come on and speak, English. And
that's true.
Glad that they came and they overcome their fear, because it's a big deal to come on here, right? And speak English, and I didn't want them to worry about it. I know that at the end I said no, there's no need. But it's brilliant. I consider us blessed to have people that come and join the show. I don't understand why your friend didn't continue to, it didn't make sense to me, because it's really good to be heard. And I mean, what do you think about that your friend backed out?
For me, like, I can understand him, like, because he is afraid of being, I mean, like, it doesn't make sense because, like, I don't think there's not anything wrong with speaking out about matters like this, but he has a fear that his company won't accept it. If like they see that he's, I don't know, taking a stance. It doesn't make sense to me either, but if he has that fear, has a legitimate fear of his company not approving it.
But what is not approving what though? Not approving what?
I don't know.
Right. So that's the thing. We're not.
Yeah.
We're talking about Asian and Black divide.
Yeah.
I don't understand what is companies up to approval. So we're not even talking about white people. We're just talking about Asian and Black people. Right. So it made. I mean, I don't know him. I'm not judging him. I just couldn't understand why. And you say you understand, so I can't try to make me understand. I think it's a really good opportunity, and I'm not going to force anybody to come on, to come on the podcast. But it's just a good opportunity for us to talk about it and discuss things and open up and maybe things that I don't know or you don't know or we both don't know, that we find out new things just by discussion, right? So I was quite disappointed in all of that. And maybe if you watch the video, he will see that I don't understand. It wouldn't be somebody that I would really want as a friend, because would you really have my back, or would you worry about, so if it was a situation or, an incident that happened, something that happened, an incident that happened, would you speak up or would you be too afraid? I already told you those kind of people I've moved. I'm not telling you what to do. I'm just talking about me personally. Those kind of people I've moved away from, because if I got your back, you got to have mine, or else bye. I don't want flaky people around me.
Mm. All right. I think, yeah. Well, I mean, I didn't want to push him or make him feel.
That's what I just said. You can't force him to do it. No. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that I didn't understand, even though he's talking about his work thing. I don't know what he thought. I mean, he knew the topic was, right? Did you tell him what the topic was?
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's fine then. No. Never will I force anybody. I just wanted an understanding of why we never force anybody to be on here. But I'm entitled to what I think, my thoughts, right? Doesn't mean I'm right. It's just my thoughts and how I felt. So let's leave it like that. And next month we're going to continue with what we decided to do this month. And thank you.
Yeah, thanks for bringing Miki and Noah. All right, cool.
Awesome. Thank you.
Right, episode 15.
Next month. Take care.
Peace, guys.
Bye-bye.
I still love you. I'm all you do.